Hello and welcome to another stream of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, doing my annual playthrough, doing a 100% playthrough. Um, I didn't have the Challenge Tomb content for this version on PlayStation last time, but I do now. So I'll be able to take advantage of the outfits um, that you don't get with the base version, and also the Challenge Tombs as well. So that means that the challenge tombs that are DLC can now be done for the playthrough. Alright, which means I've also got access to the DLC weapons as well. Hey there, Harbinger. You know this game. So do I. Alright, so we've got that content. Alrighty then, so what I'm going to do, because I now have a lot more outfit options, I'm going to make active the channel point reward to change Lara's outfit. In our darkest moments, when life flashes before us, we find something that keeps us going, something that pushes us. We are trolleys. How's things going, Harbinger? Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. Alright, so what we're going to do before we jump into the next part of the story, I'm going to go and do some backtracking. Alright, Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Lara's outfit change. The one with the black jacket. Oh, yeah. So I think I know the one that you mean. Is it this one? Oh yeah, so that's the one? Cool. Hamji, not sure it's the one you were thinking about, but this one is okay too. Well, in that case, I'll cycle through the ones, because that was the only black jacket that I remember. Because Jacob's jacket that you get, the Remnant one, that's not black. Hey there, Viper. How's things? Like, there's this one. That's the Remnant jacket one. Commando, Desert Tank, Infiltrator, Siberian Ranger, Shadow Runner, Wraith Skin, Leather Jacket, Grey Henley, Blue Henley, Angel of Darkness character model, Tomb Raider 2 character model, Tomb Raider 2 Bomber Jacket character model, Tunic of the Exiled Fox, Brocken, Sinchi Chica Battle Dress, Scales of Q, Hunter's Array, Dragon Scales, Reptile Hide, Tactical Adventure Classic, Midnight Sentinel, and Croft Fitness. Harbinger must have been the leather jacket. Yeah, that's the only jacket that's black. Any other jackets that Lara has with these outfits aren't black. I mean, that's not really a jacket necessarily, although I guess you could call it a jacket. But that's a green one. Unless it's something that's not in the PlayStation version.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Hey there, Afro. And it's not a black jacket. Oh wait, it is. Yeah, sometimes too, when you look at outfits in games, depending on the lighting around the character, it might be something else. Ah yes, there's no point going there anyway. Alright. So we'll go back to the fast travel point. Harbinger, this place was giving you migraines the first time you played the game because it's so dark and some of the collectibles are well hidden. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's something I never really considered. Um, but it's only because I've never suffered from migraines. But yeah, it's like when people who suffer from vertigo in real life can still suffer from it if they're watching a movie that shows it or a game that has it. Oh, you know what? I forgot to activate the rest in peace, Laura. There we go. That's active now.
All full up. Can't
Can't
carry
carry
any
any
more.
more. You sure, Lara? You can't fit any in back pockets or anything like that? Afro, these types of games just make you claustrophobic. To be honest, you can't stand being in small spaces in games and there is no sense of direction, etc. Yeah, that'd be tough too, as well. With how good they're getting with accessibility options, I wonder if there's some things that they can have that would help people with those sorts of situations in video games. Because the thing about accessibility options in games is, number one, because I'm a streamer, whenever there's like an accessibility option that is going to mean people watching cannot have like camera shake, it's something that doesn't bother me in a game to see. But when I'm streaming games, I like people who do have issues with camera shake not to have to experience that when watching. So accessibility options can come in real handy for that kind of stuff. But the thing about me personally is that I know that eventually, if I still want to keep playing video games, that is, there might be some accessibility options that I'll have to take advantage of as time goes by. And the more advanced things get like that, the better it will be for people who have conditions that I don't have and are conditions that would make it less enjoyable for them to actually play video games when they really, really want to. And I really believe that everyone, or as almost as most, I'm trying to think of the right sentence to use, as in what words to construct the sentence with. I would rather have the possibility of many more people being able to play video games through having certain accessibility options than not. So that if someone has vision problems, I don't want them to feel like they're not allowed to enjoy video games because they have vision issues. I'd rather them be able to play the game still and have options that can really help them out.
Within lies Raleigh Rimmel, friend, 1925. There's a little more. Beware, traps ahead.
Afro, you just want a mini-map? Yeah, I mean, that would have been good to have in these games.
No one's
Maybe
been through here in years.
Maybe some modders of the PC version can do something like that.
May Remax be the first voice we hear in the afterlife. And may her stories comfort us.
Ah, I've simplified your payroll, and now, if you don't mind, I'll streamline your inventory.
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger.
This skull is deformed, flatter and longer than what we consider normal. Some people believe this is evidence the Inca were contacted by extraterrestrials, but it's more likely the result of head binding, a human practice of deformation so ancient it predates written history. It also has evidence of trepanation, a medical procedure in which a hole is carved in the skull. And here I thought this would be simple. Oh, shit! I should be able to reach the sarcophagus now. Shit, I'll have to keep climbing.
Vestige, Evening Star's cape, rumored to be worn by Queen Evening Star. Viper, are you pretty stressed out, are you, at the moment? Sorry to hear about that, dude. I hope you can find some way to relieve that. Hey, Death. I'm doing well, thanks. Things are going good. How about you?
The heathen emperor begged for his life to be spared. He offered the Spanish crown a room of 3x6 varas to be filled once over with gold and twice with silver. The crown, with great and undue benevolence, accepted this offer. Within 2 months, the ransom had been paid. The idolater, however, could not be trusted. When the cursed plans of his general surprise attack were exposed, Atahualpa fell to his knees, begging for mercy. His fate would be decided by fair trial, as the right of any man in the Spanish Empire. He was found guilty and sentenced to die, but before the execution he accepted the Lord and will be welcomed in the heavens above. Excerpt from an objective account of Pizarro in Peru by Ochoa Aceves. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Viper, everything's getting better now. Don't gotta deal with random bitching. Well, that's good, Viper. It's always good to be able to do things and enjoy things without any sort of like negative things going on. Death, you're elated to report you've patched Tomb Raider 2 with Tomb Raider 2 main, so streaming it this weekend is now possible. Only drawback is you have to start over, but you are only in Venice, so it's okay. That is really good that you're able to get it to work. It's just so frustrating that they require so much work to be done.
This is the way out.
And I just don't know what they were thinking when they just released them all without actually doing things to help make them much better. Death, it's a shame and a mystery that the patches are readily available, yet the official launcher is yet to release an official. Quite strange indeed. Yeah. Yeah, you'd think they would have sorted that stuff out. Death, how far into the plot should you expect this to be? Oh, you mean Shadow of the Tomb Raider? Oh yes, so we're still pretty early in the story. We just reached the first, like, major, kind of like, location that you go to in the game. And we did a little bit of the story up to a certain point, but we're still very, very early in the game story. Death, wonderful. You tend to play the beginning of games like 3 times before officially starting runs. Oh, I gotcha. Well, that's a good way as well to get used to the way that things work.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Might be watching Phineas and Ferb right now, trying to think if you should play something or just relax. Yeah, sometimes you don't really know necessarily what you want to do straight away. Hopefully you can find out what you want to do. I get like that sometimes where I don't know what I want to play, and I'm sort of like, I could play this, and it's like, no. Maybe I'll play this, no. This, no. Death, be honest, do you use flares in the originals? I use them in 2 and 3, but only sometimes. I don't rely on them though. Sometimes I'll just shoot with Lara's pistols and use the light coming off the muzzle flash to actually see things.
August 9th. I am leaving this page here to assuage any mystery should the rest of this quest prove as fatal for me as it has been for my party. My name is Jack Fawcett. I set out from Cuyaba, Mato Grosso on the 20th of April, 1925 with my father, Percival Harrison Fawcett, and my best and longtime friend, Raleigh Rimmel, in search of Zed. I am the only one left. My father was lost to a pair of fierce jungle cats and Raleigh to Blunder. I myself am worse for wear but refuse to give up. My father believed we are close to Zed, and so do I. So leaving 2 graves behind me, I will push west still, with the hope that I am not walking to my own end.
Harbinger, imagine doing 100% run on Deadly Obsession, no survival instinct. Yeah, I mean, you could go to the map and have a look at the icons to get a general direction. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to mark them and have them come up in instinct mode. But I've actually played through the trilogy. I didn't do it as a challenge, I was just doing it as a matter of fact. Playing through the game without using the instinct mode. However, I wasn't going for 100%, so in that sense, it would be very hard. Salvage! as Barnabas would say. Now that we actually have our climbing axe, can we go and get these? Oh yeah, we don't have the lockpick yet. I'll still grab this while I'm here though.
My dear Nina, once again the attempt to write is fraught with difficulty. However, those flies and bees and bugs galore that I wrote of before, all of those pinhead-sized stinging horrors, would have been a welcome attrition now that I faced down tooth and claw. I fought bravely, but the confrontation did not go in my favor. I will spare you the details out of compassion and not egotism. My wounds have been packed with yarrow and are stable, but I can feel infection in the blood. If you are reading this, then you know I have not survived this place. I instructed Jack not to go on. We lost young Rimmel a few weeks ago. This place, Nina, is not meant for the likes of men, and I will not rob you of a son as I have a husband. I'm tired now. Jack is sleeping by the fire, and I am certain that when he awakes, I will have slipped into my own slumber. I love you, Nina. Good night, Percy.
That's okay, Harbinger. I hope you that you have a good workout. Thanks for leaving the lurk. Story complete. Expedition unknown. Alright, so I'll have to come back here at a later date when I have the lockpick. Shin spoiler, Lara Croft got an unneeded breast reduction surgery. Well, I think when people do, it's a choice for them to make on their own. Plus, it's not the most important thing about Lara Croft. That's why I don't mind when they cast people like Alicia Vikander as Lara Croft. She doesn't have, you know, triple Z size breasts, but that doesn't mean she's not good as the character. Shin, you love how the reason for the original size was because of a coding glitch. Yeah, I'm sure that's the excuse that they wanted to tell people. I'm sure it was in no way because they actively wanted that to be the case.
This might represent one of the lords of Xibalba.
Xibalba. Shin, video game developers are wholesome and upstanding. Okay, you have to stop. You cannot finish without laughing. Yeah.
A depiction of a Pook, god of death and ruler of Mitnau, the ninth and most horrible level of the Maya version of hell. One thing a Pook enjoyed doing was dressing in putrefying flesh and visiting the surface to prey upon the living. According to legend, the only way to save yourself from him was to scream and yell like you were in unbearable agony. He'd assume you were already being tortured by one of his minions and leave you alone. How appropriate that his harbinger demon was a screech owl named Muon.
Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you, Aseni. How's things going for you? Hey there, Chris. Shin drinking a cup of chamomile tea before bed. Well, that's good. I hope you're enjoying it. Chris, you see your favourite Tomb Raider game of the past decade is on the menu. Yeah, so doing my annual playthrough and doing 100%. Crooked, pretty good. Just woke up but slept well. How's Tomb Raider going? That's good to hear, dude. I'm glad you had a good sleep. And it's going pretty good, just doing some backtracking at the moment to do some collectible hunting.
Those charged with crimes are brought here, and they battle under the watchful gaze of the gods, the only infallible judges. Those proven innocent may leave, but the guilty are killed and thrown to Xibalba.
Shin Bandai Namco Entertainment ported another Sword Art Online game to PC, this time an MMORPG titled Sword Art Online Integral Factor. It was originally Android or iOS only, was it? Yeah, it's interesting when they make games available for systems that weren't mobile phones.
Amazing. Is this a Pocketup court? And in the moment the gods were satisfied Metnal did not kill his wife, a pelican landed at the accused's feet. This stunned those in attendance. This was a seabird, hardly ever seen this far inland. The representatives of the gods decided to see what the bird meant to do. It circled Metnal, flapping its wings and squawking softly, and then it opened its mouth and a half-eaten fish landed at Metnal's feet. This was understood by all as a sign of Metnal's guilt, and he was quickly executed.
Shin, just curious, what season is it in Aussie land? It is still winter, but it won't be when this month is finished. So this Met now thought he was getting away with killing his wife, but then this pelican was like, "Oi, here's half-eaten fish. That's all the proof you need, he did it." And they're like, "Thanks, bird. Met now." Metnell's like, "I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you, pesky pelican."
23rd of May. Over a month has passed since our expedition departed from Quyaba. We have consumed our provisions methodically thus far, and continue to be in high spirits. Father's age shows when we're on foot. A few times now I have caught Raleigh looking over his shoulder and back at us to make sure we're still keeping up. Father always returns a look with a smile and saying he'll soon be the one in the lead. Shit. The rope snapped. bit of progress. There. Hope this ladder isn't as rotten as it looks. Find a way out.
Cayman's Heart. Health regenerates more quickly. Tomb raided. Chris, the riddles in this game are just chef's kiss. Yeah. Something that I also like too is what you learn about certain things in Mayan and Aztec culture with things that you interact with and all that kind of stuff.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore. I don't have enough space for that.
Alright, all I need to get is this, but I need to get the lockpick before we do. Chris, always a bonus that all stuff, mythologically speaking, is actually accurate in this game as opposed to the previous one where the entire culture was made up. Yeah. I didn't, Chris. No, I don't follow.
End. There might be an exit in the courtroom.
I don't follow Call of Duty stuff. the last game in the series I played when it was new was Modern Warfare 3. And the first game I played in the series when it was new was Modern Warfare 1. Lara is added to Call of Duty. I see. Yet another pointless and unrelated collab. Oh yeah, it's like with Fortnite and stuff. They just do it because they want to get people who only play those franchises to get interested. But I think it's not something that only happens with Tomb Raider and other things, though. Alright, what I think I might do is stop backtracking because there's things I need to get anyway. And I haven't reached the point yet where some of this stuff is accessible. So I'll just advance the story a bit more.
Are you interested in trading?
How are you?
I think I can help you. Excellent choice. Enjoy. Come back soon.
Jonah?
We're downstairs. Hey,
Have you been down there?
we were waiting for you. What do you think we'll find?
The mural showed a series of trials. I may know another way around. Okay, I'll go ahead, meet you on the other side. Jonah, if you can hear me, I think I'm still on the path at the spider trial. I'm gonna get to the top. I don't have enough space for that. Incredible. Jonah, I'm at the next trial, the Eagle. It has something to do with the wind.
I'm still tracking west, heading downward now. There's an underground river.
What's at the end of these trials? The hidden city, but what else? I hope Jonah's all right.
Alright, so when I was doing my no death challenge playthrough earlier this year with this game, this particular part here with this thing that keeps spinning around, I died 3 times in this area, and of course the rules were if I died at any point during the game, I had to restart the game all the way from the start. So there was 3 separate deaths that took place in this same general area, which was so damn friggin' annoying. And I think that was only a few deaths into the playthrough as well, and there was many more deaths to come afterwards. There was even a death that happened right before the last final battle part of the game, where I had to restart the game from all the way at the start again.
The world around them began to crumble. The people decided to move. The artifact entrusted to them urged them to travel south, lest it be seized by their enemies. All full up. Can't carry any more. Still standing after centuries of earthquakes and storms. This looks promising.
Chris, one ability which you dislike in the entire reboot is the wall scramble. They tried to hit realism vibe in the game with everything else, but introduced an ability that makes no sense and is completely impossible. It's bugging you more than the fact that she's got the same leg over leg climbing animation. Yeah, I mean, I've never thought that games that strive for realism should not have any video game logic in them. And I think that you need to also remember that as realistic as games try to be, there's always going to be that video game logic aspect. So it's not something that really bothers me if there's something that's not really possible to do in real life.
Got it.
Chris, well, Uncharted has avoided introducing mechanics that are completely unrealistic Last of Us as well. So by that logic, though, what you're saying is that games that strive for realism should be realistic in every aspect, even in the aspect of if a character falls to their death and dies, then the game has to end. Like, you're always going to have video game logic in video games, even ones that try to be as realistic as possible. And I'm sure there's times in Uncharted where Nathan will fall from a great height that in real life would have broken his legs, yet he's still able to run around as if nothing happened. So therefore you would also have to say that that game's not being completely realistic in its portrayal of how realism works. And in any case, we're dealing with characters who come across things that are supernatural in nature, and things that aren't explained by science, and things like that as well.
Can't climb this one yet.
There are plenty of games that try to hit realistic by refrain from stupid abilities.
More sails.
Well, if there is, and I've never played every game in existence, so I don't know the ins and outs of all the games that might have it, but it's good that there's games for people who want utmost realism in their games to be able to enjoy it. But I don't see it as something to not like a game for. So what are some of these games that do that? That give you realism without any video game-isms?
That was close. Do not hide good food from guests, because it will turn into worms.
Chris, Shaw's doing stuff that is extraordinary, and they do stuff that would likely not happen, or would end differently in real life, but it's one thing to pick on checkpoint system, and completely another to have animations or character abilities that are created for traversal, which cannot be replicated by actual human being. You also never said anything about 100% realism in the game. You never expected that, but the wall scramble animation is just very clumsy looking. So, in an Uncharted game where you do have Nathan Drake doing climbing and all that kind of stuff, and I don't know, I'm not a climber in real life, so I don't know what's realistic and what's not to expect of someone climbing, but if there's elements in the Uncharted games that are unrealistic to climbing, then I wouldn't really have a problem with that either. Like, it's one thing to try to be realistic in how things look, like make a leather jacket look like a leather jacket does in real life, make a rope look like a rope does in real life, make water look like it does in real life, make vines and all that kind of stuff as much as it looks like in real life. And unless you're doing a game where you're wanting to make every single physical action only something that is possible in real life, and if you go into games expecting that and they don't deliver it, that's not something that I expect. So if I sit down to play Uncharted, I'm not expecting to have everything be realistic. I go in knowing that there's going to be things that aren't realistic, despite the fact that they're trying to make people look realistic, the environments look realistic, and they're trying to have some kind of, realism with the physics and all that kind of stuff. But that's not why I like games like Tomb Raider and Uncharted. The reason I like them is because I'm playing as a character that is doing things that I could never ever do myself. And so being able to do that in a video game form without having to worry about things like injuring myself or anything like that is good. But yeah, I don't analyze the realism of things to the point where I'm comparing it completely to realism. If you want to have a look at, people who are professionals in their field, like doctors or surgeons, and you have them watch gameplay footage of characters doing things, sure, there will be some things that probably line up with how you do it in real life, but there'd be other things that don't as well. You're not saying you're disliking the entire game for being unrealistic or because of a singular animation. You said you dislike the animation mechanic because it makes no sense. So does it make no sense because of realism, or does it make no sense because you're expecting it to be realistic in how it actually is supposed to happen? And by extension, would you then say that they're not allowed to try and have some kind of unrealistic aspects put in and mixed in with the realism?
This might work. Yes, that'll hold. There. Good. The ladder should turn now. Got to find another way up.
Another thing is too, like in games like this, how many times does a character grab something and hang off it over the course of the journey, and how many times would they be able to do that in real life before they dislocate their shoulder or something? Unless that's a mechanic that's introduced in a game, of course.
One more climb. Face to face in a temple built in your honor. Careful. Jonah, I'm past the Eagle Trial. I must be closing in on the Hidden City.
Chris, you're never bothered by supernatural stuff in Tomb Raider. You love these elements, but on one hand, when you're using mocap in video games, trying to make them hit visual believability, and then you bring Wall Scramble as a mechanic, it just irks you with the amount of survival elements in the Reboot trilogy which you like that just creates visual dissonance. Well, again, I'd have to argue that I think you shouldn't be limited by realism in video games. Even if you are trying to add realism, you shouldn't be creatively restricted from adding things that aren't realistic. Because you're wanting to create a certain experience for the player. And so, by having people actually do the actions and make it realistic, that's one thing. But what if the developer's like, you know, wouldn't it be awesome in this moment to give the player some sense of like exhilaration by adding in something that's not really realistic, but it'll give that sense of excitement for the character, for the player. And I think there's elements like that as well in these games. So even if they use mocap to try and make all the movements realistic, I don't think that them deciding to make some moves not realistic is an issue. Because there's going to be a level of disbelief that's added. It's like movies that have sequences that are trying to be realistic, but they'll also add in things that are unrealistic as well. And so they're just elements that, you know, may not be realistic, but they want to put them in for some other reason.
This appears to be Incan, but it looks newer than the stone underneath. Was this made later? Paititi flourishes under the watchful gaze of Yaskar Yahweh and his council. The city grows, temples are built, the people are peaceful, prosperous, and content.
So if I have a look on YouTube for videos of people who do parkour and all that kind of stuff in real life. So if you watch someone in real life being able to do certain things, then would you want games to only include things that are completely realistic and not add something in that might be more kind of like, you know, excitement for the player? Create something that's a bit unrealistic despite the realism that's actually happening? Afro, damn, this game can get dark. Literally can't see shit sometimes. That's true. Definitely can. Chris, there's barely any proper mocap in the in-game animations for Lara and Reboot anyway, despite its shortcomings and underdeveloped transitions between animations. You still prefer Underworld's animation and skill set for Lara. She was as competent and capable as ever. Well, I mean, in some ways, like, the Reboot Lara isn't able to do the same things that classic Lara can do, like do flips and tumbles and all that kind of stuff. But the thing about that kind of stuff is I don't care if Lara in the reboot games can't do that, because that's not something that I care about as a thing. Is it cool that classic Lara can do that? Of course. It's awesome. But the fact that you can't do that in these games isn't something that I look at and say, well, since Lara can't do those sorts of moves in these new games, it means that I can't think of the character as being good by default, kind of thing. And so it doesn't really bother me that Lara might not be able to do the same kinds of things that classic Lara can do. But I'm sure in the classic Lara games that there's things that are pretty unrealistic. Granted, they weren't striving for realism in those games, but I'm sure there's some stuff in it that's not realistic. Like, I'm sure the running and jumping is realistic, because people can do that in real life. But the idea of someone climbing a wall, for example, and then doing a backflip off it in midair and then grabbing something behind, I mean, I don't know how many people can actually do that. Godfather, are you parkouring? Yeah, we are. Doing jumping and climbing and all that fun stuff. How's it going, Godfather Al? Chris, again, you're not looking for 100% realism. You just feel like the animation and mechanic looks sloppy because it just looks clumsy from a visual standpoint. You like very well developed animations in video games in general. It's less about whether they're 100% stuff you can replicate in real life, but you like when they look plausible for some reason. And that's totally fair as well. But you were saying earlier that the wall scramble that Lara does isn't realistic. Therefore, it flies in the face of the realism that they're trying to do. And that since they're not being realistic with the wall scramble, then it means that they're not succeeding in being realistic. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Chris, if Spider-Man was being very goofy in air when he's jumping around New York, ignoring the flow and weight of the floating in there, it would look bad. Yeah, but I would argue with Spider-Man's case, there's certain things that he can only do because of the fact that he's Spider-Man. That even the most acrobatic person might not be able to pull off some of the moves that he can, because they don't have the powers that he has. Like, I'm sure that he could climb at a wall, do a run up on it, and then do like a cartwheel off of it and land perfectly. But that's because he has powers that lets him actually do that and stay up in the air for longer than someone else would. And the speed at which he would be flung through the air would be very different than someone in real life, because they don't have the same kind of like physics that they can take advantage of. I mean, in some ways, you know, characters like Spider-Man are defying gravity. They're still bound by gravity to some extent, but there's also aspects of gravity that gravity doesn't apply for them as well. Afro, is that the Wind Temple in the background? Blow it up. God, you hate it. Yeah, that was the one that we just got past then. That caused me about 3 deaths in my no-death challenge run, and had to restart the game from the start. You going well, Ryu? Oh, that's excellent. That's really good to hear. Chris, well, every other ability Lara can do in Reboot, most of them are at least plausible in some degree because they just look better. Wall Scramble just doesn't check all the boxes for you. It might just be a you thing. Yeah, I mean, we've all got things that we look at and we go, I don't like how that looks. And I mean, I'm not an expert on, you know, what things are actually realistic. Because as I said, like, you know, you watch those videos of people who are like doctors and they look at video game footage and they're like, well, that wouldn't happen in real life. If that did happen in real life, their leg would be broken, their arm would be dislocated, they'd have to go, to an ambulance, they'd have to go to a hospital, all these sorts of things. And I don't mind seeing that stuff pointed out, but it's not something that I look at and go, well, that just ruins it for me, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm sure there's probably a version of wall scrambling that you can do in real life, but it's maybe not realistic to how it would work because you've got other factors that they put in as well. Oh, camera, what the hell were you doing? Felt like being in like a washing machine or a clothes dryer.
Jonah? The view up here is amazing. The hidden city must be near.
Lara, I made it through. I'm entering a cavern.
Jonah? Damn.
Alright, so this is one of my favorite moments in the game with these things to swing off of. Whenever I do playthroughs of this game, I generally tend to like to take all this on in one without stopping and double checking to make sure I've got enough momentum. However, what you're going to see me do is something I would never attempt, and I never did attempt to do it this way in my no death challenge with this game. But yeah. Hold on to your butts.
Okay, got to be more careful. Oh, shit! Giving way. That was close.
I love doing that part. But yeah, when I was doing my no death challenge, I was never that reckless with that part there. So that was the one part in the game that I never died at during that playthrough, thankfully, because I took it much slower and steadier than I did just then.
All right.
I really like the music in this game. especially this one that's playing now. I find it very calming.
Jonah, I may have found it. The hidden city. I'm gonna look for the serpent with a silver eye. All full up. Can't carry any more. Impossible. I can't carry any more.
Afro, guess you'll gift Lara an adventure backpack on her next birthday? Yeah.
Hello? Hello? I can help you.
Get back! You don't belong here!
Listen, I know it hurts, but...
Mauputul!
Trinity.
Thank you.
¡Puede! ¡Puede!
Who are you? What's your purpose here?
I'm a researcher. Lara Croft.
They'll be back. We must find safety. Bring her. You're not only my son, you're my heir. You must not court unnecessary danger. Had you not been there, would this woman have found us? I'm glad you're safe. If you're not with the cult, how did you find this place?
I followed a map from a temple. I was expecting ruins, not you or any of this. The cult, why did they attack your son? I recognize their insignia. I know them as Trinity. I'm trying to stop them.
Stop them from doing what?
They're looking for an artifact. Some sort of box connected to a moon goddess.
Why do you want it? To steal it? Sell it?
No. I just can't let Trinity, the cult, get to it first. They're too dangerous.
Why? What have they done to you?
They killed my father. Can I show you something? Do you know what this is?
This is Paititi. You're already here.
Paititi, the hidden city. But what's this eye?
That is a place of death and sacrifice. And you think your artifact is there?
Yes.
No, none who has gone has ever returned.
I'd be willing to try.
You would risk it simply to stop the cult?
Yes.
Bring him in.
Jonah.
Are you okay?
Do you know this man?
He's my best friend. Abby.
She's fine.
Who else is looking for you?
There's no one else.
I believe we're seeking the same thing. We will bring you to the serpent with the silver eye, but we'll keep your friend here. You won't get very far if you're lying, and he will not be comfortable.
You don't need to do that.
It's fine. I'll stay.
Etzli, get this woman some clothes. Uchu, keep him company.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right. Pretty nice place.
Quiet.
This is incredible. I don't know your name.
I apologize. As the rebel leader, I have to be careful. I am the rightful queen, Unuratu. Etzli, you still owe me a scouting report.
Yes, Mom. There was one thing this morning.
Yes?
I saw Hakan debating with his neighbor. He seemed angry, As I came near, they suddenly stopped talking. Then they started laughing as if one had told a joke.
He's planning something. Good work.
Thank you, Mother.
Ay.
As you can see, secrets don't stay secret for very long in Paititi. If you were to deviate from the plan,
You'd find out quickly. I see that.
she's here to help me find something I lost. You don't have to worry about that.
Was Father a scout when he was my age?
He was a hunter.
Was he ferocious?
He could be, but he was also very kind.
You honor us. Hey there, Kuali.
Look around if you wish. I will be in the market across the river when you're ready to find the box of Ishel.
What I saw. He has them.
Enough, Taki. You lost your dice, fine. But don't lie about it.
The cult is increasing its guard.
Why?
Because of the storms.
What can a guard do for a storm?
I'll explain later.
Beautiful.
Greetings.
Hello.
The market has everything.
Etzli, I'm sure she has seen many markets before.
Outside?
Yes.
But ours is the best.
We're not far now.
Alright, so if you're not interested in hearing all that dialogue, you don't actually have to follow Unuratu and Etzli. You can just go off away from them. The game won't be like, hey, you need to go back to them kind of thing. Afro, that dude was anticlimactic. Yeah, it's funny that sequence because at that point Lara obviously has her pistol and has a rifle, and yet she's only pulling out her bow to actually fight. And that's something that, you know, is not a deal breaker for me, but it is funny that in every circumstance where Lara has better weapons than the bow, she only uses the bow. Like, if that was me, I would have just gotten the rifle out and been like, just, you know. But yeah, when I first played this game, I actually don't remember how I came to realize that Patricia Velasquez was playing the part. I think maybe I just looked out of curiosity who played who, and then I saw her name pop up. But I'm a big fan of that Mummy movie from 1999, so when I found out that she was Unuratu in this, I thought that was quite cool for her to be involved in another franchise that is, you know, action-adventure oriented. Yeah, I liked her a lot as Unuratu, Chris. It's a great character too. I like how she goes from not really trusting Lara, which is understandable, to actually realizing that Lara's someone that she can trust. And that trust, you know, obviously gets fully realized, or the impact of how much she trusts her fully gets realized by the player once we get to that point in the story later on. Afro Queen, that's it. Queen Unuratu, the Queen of Queens. Alright, so I need to get to a fire campsite so I can redeem that for you, Afro, with the outfit change. Hey there, Harbinger, welcome back. You're gone for 1 hour and you're already here, but this area will take so much time. That's true. Yeah, this does take a bit to get fully done to 100%. Hope you had a good workout. Machanta, 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 machanta. Oli ogni. Machanta, 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 machanta. Afro, is she talking to you? Yes, all the video game characters are talking to you, Afro. All of them. Chris, it's because they were trying to make the bow more iconic than the dual pistols. I guess you could take that view. And it's understandable the hate that people have for Lara not having the dual pistols in this game. It's not enough for me to write off the character or anything, but it is definitely unfortunate that they didn't bring them back into gameplay.
It's a bit humbling to be here in Paititi. I didn't foresee any of this. I was expecting an ancient place, artifacts, tombs. I just failed to imagine people. I was so focused on the trail of clues, I didn't even stop to wonder. I didn't mean to interfere, but Trinity's here.
Okay, Afro, so we're at a part of the story where we don't have all the outfits available, unfortunately. So the only ones that I can actually change Lara into is the robes of Pukahak. The blue heron tunic, of course, is what Lara automatically got put into. The Wraith skin from Rise of the Tomb Raider. You get that when you do the Baba Yaga DLC. For something tactical. How about a rocket launcher? The tunic of the Exiled Fox. Baba Yaga, which is a witch. The Sinchi Chica battle dress. The scales of Q. The dragon scales. That's what I had on before the cutscene changed. Well, not the cutscene changed, but the gameplay changed. The Midnight Sentinel. Yeah, so unfortunately, Afro, at this point in the story, they're the only ones that are actually available. I'm going to be doing some side stuff before I get to the to the next part of the story, though. Afro, you guess the red rocket would work? The red rocket? Harbinger, you like the change that you did on your workout schedule. Now you have the rest of the day to do other things uninterrupted. That's definitely a good way to go about it. And then that way you know that you can also relax then, once you've actually got that done. So I'll just go through the outfits again, Afro, that I've got available. So we've got the robes of Pukahak. The blue heron tunic. The wraith skin. Tunic of the Exiled Fox. Sinchi Chica battle dress. Scales of Q. Dragon scales. And Midnight Sentinel. The Exiled Fox. Boom. That's the one. Okay, so I was saying in last week's stream of this that in Tomb Raider 2013, the game gives you, at a certain point, a tool called the Rope Ascender, which allows you to pull certain walls down that you couldn't before, and be able to really quickly go up a rope. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, you had to wait till you got to the supply shack, and then you had to get enough ancient coins to be able to buy the Rope Ascender. In this game, you have to wait till you get to this part of the story, where you go to Paititi, and
I can see him, even if no one else can.
you have to start this side mission. If you don't do this side mission, then you don't get access to the merchant that only appears when you do this side mission to actually get the Rope Ascender from them. So to get the Rope Ascender in this game, you need to get to Paititi and you need to initiate this side mission and complete it. Because one of the people that you see in this side mission is the merchant. If you don't do this mission at all, you'll never see the merchant for the rest of the game, until such time as you do it. So because I really like the Rope Ascender, and because I'm doing 100% anyway, we're going to be doing this now. Going to be doing all the side missions because they're included in the 100%.
Are you okay?
No. Pisco the Dead took my dice, and no one believes me. But he took them.
A dead man took your dice. Are you sure you didn't lose them?
Ugh, you're as bad as the rest of them.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'll tell you what. I'll pay very close attention, and if I see Pisco the Dead, I'll ask for your dice back.
Really? You believe me?
It wouldn't be the first time the dead seemed to speak to me.
I know Pisco took my dice. I hope you can get them back.
Hey there, Kill Bandit. The other one looked like a Christmas tree. That's so true. Actually, someone should do that as a mod outfit on the PC version. Christmas tree outfit. Okay, so you need to go and find Pisco and speak to him. And he will tell us that we need to find five people who have been exiled. And one of those 5 people is the merchant that you can buy the Rope Ascender from. There it is. Machanta. Hey there, Kill Bandit. How's things going for you? Hey, Lighthead. Hey, Christmas tree. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie quote, Ryu, from The Running Man. I love that quote from The Running Man. It's so funny. Hey, Lighthead. Hey, Christmas tree. It's like, the uplink, the underground. Uplink, the underground. If you don't shut up, I'll unblink your ass, and then you'll be on the ground.
Are you Pisco the Dead?
You can see me? At last, Pisco is seen. Are you also dead, Ishiki?
No. So you are Pisco the Dead?
I am Pisco, servant of the gods.
I'm Lara.
Lara. Nice name, Lara. You are not dead.
Neither are you.
Oh, but I am. As a child, I was to be sacrificed. I was brought to the mountain. The ritual was completed, but...
But you survived.
Only my body. I am dead to all my friends and family. I live by the offerings that are left for me.
I met a boy who says Pisco stole his dice.
Taki? He's the son of a very arrogant noble. He insisted we play a game. He lost. I don't have many things, but I won those dice fair and square. If you want, I'll play you for them. Do you want to play a game?
What's the game?
Talk to 5 people who have been cast out. Hear their wisdom and tell me why Taki lost, and I'll give you the dice.
I can do that.
Alright, so now we have done that. We need to find the 5 outcasts. That's excellent, Kill Bandit. Glad to hear that you're going good. And I'm going really well, having a good week. Can't believe it's almost Friday again. Things are going well.
Patoli is said to be one of the oldest games in America, played by all walks of life. Players were known to gamble all of their worldly possessions over a single round, from blankets and precious stones to their homes and even their family's freedom. The god of art and games, Makul Shokdal, is considered an active participant in the game, responsible with bestowing offerings upon the winner. So much on the line for a simple game. Some things never do change.
Thanks, Kill Bandit. Alright, so this is one of the exiled. They're showing up in green in instinct mode.
Hello.
Hello, Ishiki. It's rare to see outsiders in the city.
Pisco sent me to speak with you.
Ah, Pisco. I like him.
You've seen other outsiders?
Only one. He was handsome, gentle, and kind. We were in love, but our love is forbidden, outlawed by the cult of Kukulkan.
That's awful. I'm sorry.
I was sentenced to death, tied to the cliffs and left to die. On the 3rd day, I welcomed death. That's when he found me, the outsider. He freed me and treated my wounds.
Who was he?
I don't know his name. It's been many years, but I still hope to see him again. I often return to the cliffs, near the condor nests, and collect their feathers. They remind me of him.
That's a remarkable story. Thank you for trusting me with it.
Thank you for listening, Ishiki.
Hey there, Code. The Raiders of the Twix Bars continues. It's like Shadow of the Twix Bars.
An Aztec-influenced mask, decorated with items native to the area around Paititi. The Paititians made peace with each other and followed Yaskar Yahweh, recently acclaimed as emperor, to a site in the mountains to begin anew, certain they will not make the same mistakes as those before them.
Give me the whip. Throw me the idol. No time to argue. Throw me the idol. I'll throw you the whip. Give me the whip. Adios, senor.
Thanks for redeeming that exchange from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Magenta, 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 magenta.
Itzamna is the son of the Maya creator god, Hunabku. He was the god of education, responsible for inventing writing and books. This made him an essential figure in the development of Maya culture. He was also god of agriculture and created farming. He even presided over doctors, healing people with the help of his red-hot hand. Usually, Itzamna took on a reptilian aspect, but he was also known as Kinichahau, a fire Makor, who was the patron of the number 4 and controlled drought and disease.
Not to believe anything I say.
Hello? Pisco sent me.
Ah, did he?
Did you say you were cast out for lying?
No, Ishiki. I was cast out for telling the truth. That was my mistake.
What happened?
Should I say I've never seen an outsider? If no one believes the truth, it never happened.
What outsiders?
They dress in black and have strange weapons. They hide gold. I told the cult about the gold and the outsiders. They cast me out for lying. Lying? The gold was for them. One day, the cult will be exposed for its hypocrisy.
So what do you do now?
I lost everything, Ishiki. My position, power, reputation. But it took me losing all that to finally see. I had no purpose, no calling.
And you found one?
Yes. I serve the future by protecting the past. Queen Unuratu's line are the rightful rulers of Paititi, not the cult of Kukulkan. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I know now helps the rebellion.
A worthy cause.
I send people to steal the gold shipments the outsiders deliver from time to time. They never change the drop-off point.
Sounds like you're making a difference in a lot of people's lives. Thank you for sharing. It was nice talking with you.
You too, Ishiki.
I like how they tie that into the overall narrative. Because obviously you have the rebels led by Unuratu, but Unuratu's line is actually the rightful heirs of Paititi. And the fact that this guy was outcast for telling the truth means that he's been able to see that he had no purpose and calling before, but now that he does, all thanks to the cult not believing him and him providing information to the rebels. Hey there, Adrian. There are rumors the next Nintendo console will be called the Focus. I guess they really did fire the guy who came up with the name Wii U. The Nintendo Focus. I'm surprised they're not going to call it the Super Switch to go back to, you know, the naming conventions that they had from the NES to the Super NES. Nintendo's Super Switch. Code, yesterday this workhorse chair you've had for 14 years gave nice a loud crunch sound at the evening, and only this morning finally noticed that one of the little wheels will come off in 2 pieces. Yay for plastic, have to get a new set of little wheel plugs after some measuring. Well, that's good that it's only something that is replaceable, and not the whole chair itself. I guess it just goes to show that while the chair itself was durable for that amount of time, the wheels didn't really want to hold up. Adrian, yeah, the switcheroo. That can be the Australian version of the next console.
I don't have enough space for that.
Quali quali.
Villager claims to have seen a strange creature in the streets. They followed it to a walled-in alley where it disappeared. Citizen describes similar experience in Upper City. Woke to discover something trying to climb in a second-story window. When she yelled, it dropped to the street and disappeared. We'll continue to monitor.
Citizen describes similar experience in Upper City. Adrian, or the Switcher. The Witcher on the Switcher. Yeah, that's a good one too. The Switcher. Code, you're guessing now you have to come off the training wheels. That's it. That was their intention. They were like, we'll make the chair last for 14 years, but we'll make sure that the wheels break and that the person, when they replace them, can now be considered off their training wheels.
Each Taka of the cult of Kukulkan vows to tie his coat to that of Yutu, descendant of the Maya. Lacking any family of his own, each Taka will live with the parents of Yutu until such time that they have built their own home and hearth. Yutu vows to tie her coat to that of each Taka. She will bear him many children, which they will raise according to the traditions of both their peoples.
Adrian, whether the next console will be backwards compatible with the Switch is still uncertain. Guess the Joy-Con durability sucks. Still sucks. Nintendo hasn't had such fragile analog sticks since the Nintendo 64. Yeah, I remember too, like, the control stick on those controllers would actually get the, I don't know what you would call it, but you'd look inside the actual part where you have the control stick, where it moves around, how it was like there was bits of white stuff that you had to like get out. It looked like flaky stuff as well. They had that on the controllers. Hey there, Jim. Good evening to you. I hope things are going well.
As it was foretold, heralded by the column of flame burning through the night, and the destruction of our temples, and the warnings of the weeping woman and the two-headed man, the strange warriors astride great deer arrived with the rising sun. They murdered the weak leaders and claimed the land and the people as their own.
Adrian, Joy-Cons were so lucky, it actually made third-party companies interested in Hall effect sticks, which are more durable but a bit more expensive. Sega Dreamcast had Hall effect sticks. Ah, never actually heard of those before. But that's the thing, right? Like where there's a gap or where there's something that's not that good, you'll always have someone be like, we can provide something that they're not providing to actually make that work better. So that's good that there's some third-party companies that had something that was a good alternative and a better alternative. Code, well, they must have had an old stock of those N64 parts and just had to get them reused. Yeah, they were like, we got a whole factory full of these that weren't actually sent out for the N64, so let's redo it. Jim, yep, been very muggy, but otherwise quite pleasant. Well, that's good despite the mugginess as well, because that can be very annoying and frustrating too, and very draining as well, I find.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Machanta, 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 machanta. Shikiwa. Adrian, the first PlayStation analog sticks on the dual analog controller were concave, but then they switched to convex shape for DualShock and stuck with that for PS1, PS2, and even PS3. Yeah, that's a good thing too. Like, when something really works, you may as well keep using it, and instead of like getting rid of it completely, eventually, you should just improve it where it needs it, but still keep the rest of the elements being reused that actually work really well still. Jim, it's been that type of day you haven't stopped eating, lol. You're just like, eat this, and then afterwards you're like, damn, I'm still hungry, let's go eat this now. Shikiwa.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Now I serve Ishal in a different way.
Hello. Are you one of the outcasts?
Yes, Ishiki. I'm Chaska.
I'm Lara. Pisco sent me.
Pisco the dead? Sent you to me? Did you lose a game of Patoli?
No. A boy Taki lost his dice. I'm trying to win them back for him. Pisco wanted me to talk to all those who've been cast out before he gives them back to me.
I'm surprised he didn't try to play you for them.
He is.
Ah, well, all I can tell you is this. Like Pisco, I was cast out. I lost my job and my position. But not because of an accident, because of something I did and would do again.
What happened?
Do you have any children?
No.
Neither do I. I did not receive the blessing of Ishel. But for my mistress, I was the midwife for her 3 children. I loved them like they were my own, until I lost my position.
What did you do?
I'm a thief, Lara.
What did you steal?
A jade necklace.
Why?
The youngest, Kiara, she saw the necklace while visiting a friend. She took it. They were coming for her. They would have cast her out. She was an only child. I said I took it. My mistress took the necklace from me and threw it on the floor, breaking it, and cast me out instead.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be sad for me. I would do it again. Kiara's learned her lesson, and she has a good life. As for me, I serve Ishal now through my weaving, the way my mother taught me. And my Kiara comes to visit me sometimes.
Thank you for sharing that, Chaska. Kiara was lucky to have you.
Be well, Ishiki.
That one's probably my favorite outcast story. The fact that she knew that if the child had been discovered to have stolen that they would cast that child out so that they had to fend for themselves. And potentially maybe they could have survived, but also they could have died. So this lady, this woman, she decided that she would take the fall for that, and she got outcast instead. And thematically it's about sacrifice. She sacrificed her own freedom to make sure that the freedom of a child was allowed to continue. And she finds solace in the fact that that child was able to grow up and is someone that is part of her life, even though that she herself was not able to have children.
Unuratu approached the throne through the crowd. She walked beside it, but did not sit. "Why do we continue to believe this lie?" she asked the crowd. "Kukulkan controls this city, and I will no longer wear a smile and pretend it is any different. I will not be his puppet, trotted out to wave and smile." The guards cut her off quickly and ushered her away. Then they advanced, with weapons drawn to disperse the crowds.
Jan Yabaj making shulu.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
White capybara. Both a blessing and a curse.
Hello. Are you an outcast?
Yes, Ishiki. Hello.
I heard you talking about a white capybara.
Oh, not just one. There are many of them.
Pisco sent me to speak to all those who are cast out. You're a hunter.
I am now. I was once a farmer, but that wasn't the life for me. I felt trapped. Forced to live up to the duties and expectations brought down by my family. I finally refused and went my own way.
And a white capybara was responsible?
No, Ishiki. A herd of them. One night they assaulted my field, trampled everything, but I did nothing to stop them. I just watched. They gave me an idea. A herd of these capybara, all white. What if I could hunt them? What if I could finally get away from the fields?
So you did it?
Best decision I ever made. My father disowned me, gave the farm to my sister, but that's fine with me. I'm a hunter now. They call me Paimo the White.
Thank you for the entertaining story, Paimo.
Thank you, Ishiki.
Hey there, Rosie. Whoa, banana hammock. Mission received. Get pants for that guy. Yeah, I guess if it gets really hot, he's fine. But if it gets really cold, he might want to have some pants that are warm.
Bashi?
After the long dry season, when the rains finally fell, the rats left their burrows looking for more food. They brought with them pests. Those afflicted bleed from their ears and nose and died in terrible pain and terrible numbers, leaving many once populous cities empty.
Rosie the Prophet says pants weigh down the soul. Yeah. Although I'd rather sort of take the view that if people who live in this society represented in this game want to wear those things, then that's completely fine. You found Alien Isolation for a really low price, but you don't have time. Hardcore WoW launches tonight. Yeah. That reminds me, I actually got that game on PlayStation for cheap recently. Just the base game. I didn't worry about the DLC this time. But I haven't decided whether I'm going to fit a playthrough of Alien Isolation into my October schedule. That's why I already played it earlier this year. But if I can fit it in to October, I might. But something tells me I'm not going to be able to, given the games I've already locked in for that month. Plus, doing Outlast on the highest difficulty, I don't know how long that's going to take me to do, because it depends on how many times I die and have to restart the game, because on that difficulty you don't get any saves. Rosie, wait, wrong game, right? Wrong game. Story of my life. How do you think that after surviving through several Resident Evil games, you can handle other ones like that one too? Oh, for sure, Harbinger, you know. But yeah, Alien Isolation, I know for some there's moments where it drags a bit, and I can understand that. Overall, I do like the pacing of that game. It actually gets better the more you play it, because the more you play it, the less time it feels like it takes to do certain things.
Rimac, I think we have a visitor.
Harbinger has similar aspects, an invincible enemy stalking you, save system, etc. That's it. You know, an enemy that you can't kill, you can make it go away temporarily, but you can't kill it and then be like, it's dead now, I'm safe. OzJim, the tribe people have different views on life. Exactly, OzJim, you know. And who is anyone really to dictate whether they should dress a certain way or not, really, when you think about it? I mean, there's plenty of people who would hate it if someone walked up to them and said, I don't like what you're wearing. You are now to change and wear something else. Rosie, you mean Prophet was Rise, right? Yeah, the Prophet. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Sorry, Rosie. I think that message I heard in this game talked about a prophecy or a prophet as well. So I thought you were meaning that. But yeah, Rise of the Tomb Raider has the Prophet in it. Alright, so this is the final person we need to speak to for this side mission. Just to recap, if you want to get the rope ascender in this game, in the 2013 game, you get given it at a certain point in the story. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, you need to buy it from a supply shack merchant. But in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, if you want to get it, you have to do the side mission that I've been doing, because it's only during the side mission when it's active that this character, this merchant, actually appears in the game. If you don't do this side quest at all, you won't find this merchant. And this is the merchant that actually has the rope ascender. But I'm doing a 100% playthrough, so I was going to get all the side missions done anyway. But I just wanted to point out that if you want to get the rope ascender, you need to do this particular side mission and interact with this merchant.
Hello.
Hello. You're Lara, aren't you? Pisco sent you.
He did.
I'm Moreika. That was the second time I heard your name today, Lara. The cultists are talking about you. You're the one who started the cleansing. The one who found the key of Shak'Shel.
I am.
Oh, don't feel bad, child. The cleansing was long overdue. It must be decided. Do we continue or begin again?
That's not an easy decision.
Did you hear that, Rimac? Deciding the fate of the world is not easy. I like this one. You're right, Lara. It isn't. And if the cult of Kukulkan decides, they will enslave us all and call it protection. Won't they, Rimac? He doesn't talk much. The cult is acting out of fear.
Fear of what?
Fear of the outside. Fear of change. But the same threats that are outside are in all of us. Fear is the enemy, not change. Change is the only constant. But look at me rambling on, Rimac. The lady must want to buy something to help in her search.
Alright, so this is where you need to... This is what you need to do to get the rope ascender. It costs a fair bit too, 3,300. But not as much as this outfit, which costs 7,200. That's okay, Harbinger, no worries at all. Time to go for a walk now that you stopped sweating back in 2 hours. Yeah, I definitely should still be streaming in 2 hours, I think. I'm going to do a longish stream. Rosie, to be fair, some of them choose to wear pants. Maybe it's just that guy. That's true. Might just be a personal choice thing. So while we're here, let's just sell what I don't need.
Good deal. Enjoy it.
Alright, so let's buy the rope ascender.
Good deal.
And I'll get this outfit just in case someone might want to redeem the outfit change and change it to this outfit. Crimson Huntress.
Thank you.
And the lockpick as well. I need to buy that.
Enjoy it. Come find me if you need anything else.
Now, since we've done the side quest to this point and we've interacted with this merchant,
I have to trade.
now, for the rest of the game, this particular merchant doesn't stay in the same spot the whole game. So, once we move on from this, if I want to find the merchant again, there's several key points in the game's map where she will actually appear. But you don't know if she'll be there or not. It's actually random as to which one she'll be at any given time. So now that we've spoken to all the 5 outcasts, we can go back to Pisco and finalize the side mission.
Pisco?
You've already spoken to them, haven't you?
I have.
But you still don't see it.
They all had hope.
You need to do better than that if you want to win the game, Lara. Hope is one thing, but all those who have been cast out have thrived in their new lives despite their circumstances.
Even you, Pisco.
Well, I am the best Batoli player Paititi has ever known. Not bad for a dead man.
Not bad at all.
So again, what did you learn?
I learned that sacrifice can make your life better. That you shouldn't be constrained by the legacy of your family. You can find your own path. Love is stronger than death, and you need to believe in something greater than yourself. But ultimately, you can't control everything. It's what you make of your situation that defines you.
Well said, Lara. You're sure you're not dead? Taki thinks he lost his dice because he was unlucky. But it's not the throw of the dice that wins the game. It's the skill of the player.
I see that now.
What did you think of Moreka, the outcast?
She was expecting me. She seemed to know quite a bit about me.
Ah, she knows a lot about everything, Ishiki. She has the most wondrous items in her shop. Artifacts known only to the gods.
I saw.
You were lucky you found her. She often travels outside of Paititi, gathering inventory.
She seemed the most optimistic.
Of course she is. We have a saying in Paititi. We all create destiny. We don't choose our circumstances, only our actions. A lesson my friend Taki needs to learn. Well played.
Thank you, Pisco. I'll bring the dice back to Taki.
Alright, so we got the dice back for him.
Listen for the sound of drums. I'll see you again soon. I'll see you again soon.
Actually, that has a good ring to it.
I'll see you again soon. 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 I'll see you again soon.
Could put a beat to that. That whole conversation there with Lara and Pisco talking about sacrifice is definitely another example of something that ties into the theme of this reboot trilogy. That being the concept of sacrifice versus loss. When Roth in the 2013 game says that sacrifice is a choice that you make, loss is a choice that's made for you. It's interesting what she says there about what he says there about. Well, actually, was it Lara who said it? I think Lara said it.
Right.
This concept that destiny is. I can't remember now what point I was going to make. Never mind. Wasn't that important anyway. Jim, you seen the discovery they found a tribe of people in the Pacific on an island that have never seen the outside world and will attack you on sight? Yeah, I never actually saw the Discovery channel saying that, but I do remember coming across like a post that someone had made on Facebook about it. Rosie, EGEDC. What's that in reference to? Rosie, I'll see you again soon. Oh, so is that how you would apply musical, I guess, notes to how I'll see you again soon was sounding? Ah, I got you now. I mean, I don't actually know what E versus G versus D versus C actually sounds like in musical terms, but that's cool to have an ear for that and to be able to translate it from listening to it into that.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
What were you doing with your friends near the wilderness farms?
I don't have enough space for that. I found your dice, Taki.
Oh, thank you.
Didn't you say Pisco stole your dice?
Everyone knows Pisco steals.
According to him, you wanted to play a game and you lost.
He wouldn't let me play again. Just one more roll and I would have won.
Pisco wanted you to know.
It's not the throw of the dice that wins the game. It's the skill of the player. Now that I have my dice back, I can practice more. Thanks again, Ishiki. Thanks again, Ishiki. I'm happy to have my dice back.
Osjim, so why is Lara in this village? So she's actually found the hidden city, and the name of the city is Paititi. And the rebel leader, Unuratu, her son was caught in a snare, and Lara comes across him and helps him out, but he's being attacked by Kukulkan, which is the cult that operates in Paititi. But the cult itself is actually part of Trinity, which is the organization that Lara is fighting against. And the head of Trinity is actually the one who has claimed himself to be Kukulkan. Because Kukulkan is like a god from Mayan, I think it's Mayan, or I never know the difference between Mayan, Incan, and Aztec, but it's part of the mythology, and I can't remember what Kukulkan represents in that mythology, but that's the name of the cult, and that's the name that Dominguez, the main villain of this game, goes by. He actually was born and lived in Paititi, and Trinity have had their eyes on Paititi for many decades, and he was actually recruited by them.
30th of November, 1603. With a local man as a guide, Lopez, the soldiers, and I set out from the city before first light. Just as well, as a terrible flu began to spread through the population. Lopez is convinced this artifact does not lie in the city itself, but somewhere just outside. I asked if it was not somewhat hypocritical to enlist the help of those loathsome people. Do not loathe them, he said, any more than you would these molosses. They are all creations of the Lord our God, as are we. I told him I was stunned to hear him speak in this fashion, but he took my hands and we prayed. The energy of his faith ran from him to me, until I felt the chains of doubt fall from my heart. This depicts the story of Viracocha, the father of all creation. He formed the heavens, the earth, the sun and stars, the moon, time itself, and all living beings, including the other gods. At first, Viracocha was considered to be the supreme god of the Inca, but with time that honor passed to his son, Inti, the god of the sun. Still, Viracocha retained his link to the sea. His name literally means fat or foam of the sea.
Here we go. Now that we have the lockpick, we can open those chests.
This garishly decorated fire drill appears to be a part of the new fire ceremony, an Aztec celebration of the new year. It consists of 5 days of fasting, bloodletting, and sacrifice. The fire drill is meant to be placed upon the chest of the freshly sacrificed. It sparks, feeding a large bonfire that ignites the flames of every nearby temple. This one, however, doesn't appear to have been used, as the notches are clear of blood.
I like to simulate sometimes, when looking at these things, something spinning in the air as it's being thrown.
Oye, Shintan!
Hey!
Impossible. I can't carry anymore. This describes something nearby. Canals bring water to the arid parts of the village, and they washed me away. Impossible. I can't carry anymore. Impossible. I can't carry anymore. All full up. Can't carry anymore. I don't have enough space for that. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Kikita no. Hey! Hey!
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Saseni Shunam.
A heavy-breasted woman wearing serpents around her waist. This is Kuatlikyu, whose name literally means skirt of snakes. She's also called Tetioinen, the mother of the gods. She gave birth to the moon and the stars and had over 400 children, including the sun god Huitzilopochtli, who was also god of war. In addition to being a mother, she's seen as the devourer of all that lives. It's said that she was herself sacrificed to bring about this current age of creation.
That's interesting. She's seen as the devourer of all that lives. It's said that she was herself sacrificed to bring about this current age of creation. So that would imply that she had the choice to either keep things the way that they were or change the world to be the way that she wanted it to be, which is mirroring the choice that has to be made with the current situation. Keep the world as it is, or change it the way that the person with the power of the sun wants it to be. And Unuratu wants it to stay the same, whereas Amaru, aka Dr. Dominguez, aka Kukulkan, actually wants to remake the world the way that he wants it, and the way that Trinity wants it. Jim, you got a feeling the head honcho is going to blame Lara for everything? Yeah, it's like, this was turned over. It wasn't turned over before. It was you who did it, Lara, wasn't it? You were the one that looked for this and searched for it. And you stole fizzy lifting drinks. And you dirtied the ceiling, which now has to be washed. So you get nothing.
All full up. Can't carry any more. I don't have enough space for that.
Why?
Resist damage from enemies for a short period after performing a stealth kill takedown. So that's really handy if you have a lot of enemies that are near you, and you have an enemy close to you that you can stealth kill, but the other enemies will be able to see you, but you don't care. Because then when you get that stealth kill takedown, you're able to resist damage from enemies for a short period of time, giving you an opening to kill them without taking damage. But there's also a double assassination, well, not a double assassination, a chain kill that you can unlock as a skill as well. So that when one enemy is close to another, you can actually kill both in stealth.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Basten hatch taka kuchul.
Yani, matuchika hil bashku, yalik lechilamu.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Hello, Keone. How's things going? Oh, yeah, that's okay, Keone. It's been going well. Currently getting some side stuff done.
Impossible. I can't carry any more.
Come see what I have to trade.
I don't have enough space for that. The people of the Andes have been perfecting the art of weaving for thousands of years. This chuspas is a wonderful example, woven of llama or alpaca hair and traditionally used to carry cocoa leaves. It clearly highlights the weaver's skill. Beautiful.
Chen makachi, bejo kumbitech.
This jade mask would have been placed on a noble's corpse during his funeral. The artisans were reputedly able to create an almost exact likeness of the wearer. I don't have enough space for that. Impossible. I can't carry anymore. Amaru returned for his brother's funeral, inconsolable during the burial and immovable after. The next day, however, he cut swiftly through the city. He unmasked the cult's leader, exposing them as outsiders. It is time for the people of Paititi to take control of their city, he said, holding a decapitated head in one hand and the bloody knife in the other. No longer will we bow to outsiders.
So Lara herself hasn't yet made the connection of who Amaru actually is. It's one of those cases where you can find information about a character before you know which character is being referred to. But Amaru is the actual birth name of Dominguez.
You must never go into the wilderness, do you understand? Because if you do, the Nahual will snap you up and eat you in one bite. Mother, you're scaring me. Good. You need to be scared. I want to keep you alive.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Okay, gonna perform a magic trick. There we go. Lara is now Llama Croft. Ozjim an improvement. Someone should mod Shadow of the Tomb Raider so you can actually play as Llama Croft.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Be la witch.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore. All full up. Can't carry anymore. It's difficult to make out. People settled between two rivers. They weren't alone. However, these outsiders don't appear dangerous. All full up. Can't carry any more. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Alright, not ready to activate the next part of the story yet.
Impossible. I can't carry any more.
Hetze katukul. Techa shikin.
Schmechen Shulubich chop.
Sasen?
Mavedikten love. Pilawit!
Why, ma? Ishit Bishabel. Techa shikin. Amalo. Amalo.
During a fierce battle, a man of two bloods throws down his weapons and, speaking with passions, convinces the other warriors to do the same. They follow him from the battlefield into the city, where they behead several merchants whose initial bickering caused the war.
Well, I guess there's a little bit of a message in that, isn't it? It's like when something is caused by someone else, other people shouldn't have to fight for someone else's decision to create a situation where two sides are fighting each other. And in this case, they took things into their own hands. Were like, why are we fighting each other when the people who caused the war are the ones that we should be fighting? And so they go and take care of the ones that caused the war, who was the merchants.
All full up. Can't carry any more. This is a traditional foot plow, still used in the Andes today, even outside Paititi. Sometimes the simple ways are still the best. All full up. Can't carry any more. All full up. Can't carry any more. Born to famine, raised in rebellion, orphaned but never alone, he rises as the sun. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Ah?
don't have enough space for that. This Spanish document relates one of the many stories of El Dorado, the Golden One. When the first Spanish exploration ships returned home with their holds full of gold, the news spread like wildfire, and the stories got more extravagant with each retelling. Rumors of the Golden City gave birth to countless expeditions to the New World. Impossible. I can't carry any more. I don't have enough space for that.
Kikitanilov is chupal.
I don't have enough space for that. This describes something nearby. A lone sentry stands guard over me and his harvest. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Seten saseni.
All full up. Can't carry any more. Impossible. I can't carry any more.
Chambelil! Sakin malikang yetel intustiko
Mesoamerican people used this stone as a tool for processing grain and seeds. I don't have enough space for that. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Why? Why? Ah!
All full up. Can't carry any more. I don't have enough space for that. I don't have enough space for that.
Hey!
Gotcha! Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Jetse katukul. Ah!
Pilawit!
Amalo! Pilawich in Ishkik!
I don't know. We're trying to keep a low profile.
I would go. Only I can't abandon my post here. Time is running short. It would mean a lot to Queen Unuratu and the rebellion.
29th of November, 1603. After dinner, Lopez left the city. I followed, worried he might not return. I found him standing by the riverbank, lips moving as though in prayer. Not wishing to disturb him, I waited. His communion with God must have lasted through the night, and I regret to admit I fell asleep, for the next thing I knew, Lopez stood smiling serenely over me, the morning sun behind him, creating a halo. He helped me to my feet and clasped me in a strong embrace. Truilos, I know where to find the artifact, he whispered in my ear.
Hey!
Impossible. I can't carry anymore. These ceremonial ceramic jars are used to store corn beer or chicha. The bottom of these apu are usually pointed, to aid when pouring into smaller serving containers. Can't quite make the dialect out. Oh my god, this is a penguin lawn ornament, painted and decorated and placed in a location of reverence. I shouldn't laugh, but it's so incongruous. The locals wouldn't be able to identify the animal it's intended to represent, and they certainly wouldn't be familiar with the material the statue is made from. There isn't any plastic in Paititi. I'd love to talk to whoever did this and learn why, what they think this penguin is.
Plastic penguin. In an alternate universe in the Batman Arkham games, it would be the penguin leaving penguin trophies all over the game world that you would have to find. I know there are some penguin trophies or penguin ornaments that you destroy in the Batman Arkham games, but to have him doing what the Riddler does instead of the Riddler. Now that we have that lockpick, I'm going to fast travel back to one of the earlier locations and actually use the lockpick.
Chambelil, Chambelil. No, Galanta baj. Keshiwa uchikulutumbi.
This polished piece of silver is lined with gold and inlaid with turquoise gems. It appears to be a decorative mirror of sorts. An ornate filigree depicting Ix Chel is carved onto its backside.
Alrighty then, so the Peruvian jungle is now 100% complete.
Impossible. I can't carry any more. too young to be amber. It may be copal. It smells wonderful.
Oh, Jim, next minute Lara disappears, all you see is a huge anaconda. Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, that movie, Anaconda, actor John Voight, who's in that movie, he's the dude that gets swallowed by the anaconda. He's actually the father of Angelina Jolie. And Angelina Jolie, of course, played Lara Croft in the 2 Tomb Raider movies that they did. And he also was in the first Tomb Raider movie as Lara's father, Richard Croft. Yeah, Kill Bandit. It's interesting when that happens. When the real life person's parents play their parents in a movie.
This is a promotional model of an oil derrick made out of cheap plastic and copper. There is a logo for a company called Pour Venir on the base of it.
Yeah, that's true, Oz Jim. Yeah. Yeah, apparently they had a bit of a rocky relationship. That woke the dead. Yeah, Kill Bandit. Wouldn't take much for them to be able to believably play those roles.
dragon. This must be depicting Pachamama, the Incan goddess of motherhood, earth, and time. She presided over fertility, the harvest, and planting. Her body was the mountains, and she was also the cause of earthquakes. People used to make miniature pieces of clothing with highly intricate designs solely for the purpose of burning them in dedication to her. That would account for the scorch marks on the floor. And those brown stains must be llama blood, another popular sacrifice.
Kill Bandit, yep, they did. They didn't talk to each other for years. Yeah.
This describes something nearby. I lie silent where arrows once flew, guarding a door which will no longer open. This should come in handy.
Ozjim, Angelina Jolie's daughter, is now modelling and wants to do some acting. Yeah, it's interesting when you have someone who's famous and, you know, sometimes their children decide to go into the same profession, or sometimes they decide that they want to do something else. There's been quite a lot of, you know, actors who were the son or a daughter of someone famous, and they went on to be, you know, just as, you know, well known, but also regarded as well, and stuff like that. Like you had actor Michael Douglas. His father, Kirk Douglas, was a big actor. You have, what's his name? Oh yeah, Scott Eastwood, of course. He's an actor too. His father is Clint Eastwood. I mean, there's heaps of examples of that. I mean, obviously there's the view that people have where the child of someone famous is only famous because they're their child, and that the only reason that they got the work is because they're actually already got an in that no one else has as well. But, I mean, the other side of the coin is, I imagine that people who are actors and they have a famous parent, if they start to do shit acting, I'm pretty sure no amount of help from their parents might necessarily keep them in a job. That's right, Ozjim. Yep, Charlie Sheen, son of Martin Sheen. Emilio Estevez is also related. He changed his last name. There's an actor that I didn't really know about until the game The Quarry came out, but I can't remember the actor's name, but there's an actor in The Quarry whose parents are actually famous. His mother is Susan Sarandon, and his father is Tim Robbins. Actually, I think their son has kept the last name Robbins, but I can't remember his first name. But the character he played was Dylan. I think that's the character's name. It was so funny. I found his character quite annoying in The Quarry at first, on my first playthrough. But as the story went on, I actually started to like his character. I think he's pretty funny. Some of his reactions and stuff. Kill Bandit. Arnie's son is also an actor too. That's right, yeah. Yeah, Sylvester Stallone, he had a son that was an actor as well, but they unfortunately died. But he had been in some movies with his father as well, like Rocky 5, and played his son in that, as well as a movie called Daylight, which I've only seen once, but I can't remember if it's a bus or what it is, but some kind of transport gets trapped in a tunnel or something like that. It's been a long time since I saw it, so I can't really remember what caused I think there was a tunnel collapse or something like that. Hello, Brutus. How's things going for you, dude? Jim, you think it was an earthquake in Daylight? It was kind of one of those movies, like, I mean, because I haven't seen it for a while, I don't remember really whether I liked it or not. Brutus, you're going good. You're tired. You just got home from work. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, Brutus. Be good that you're back from work, then you can relax a bit. How much of a turnaround do you have between work? Like, how many hours do you have to wait before you need to work again? Like, do you get a fair chunk of time after work's done? I'm going well, Brutus. Things are going good. Just going around in this game at the moment doing some side stuff. Yeah, Ozjim. There's a lot of other movies like that too, where I'd probably have to watch it again to see if I like it or not. Kill Bandit, it felt more like B-movie, did it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not as well-known a movie as, you know, obviously a character like Rocky would be, or Rambo. But then again, even things that at one time were very well-known don't always stay that way. So it's understandable when there's people that come through that don't actually know. But yeah, Stallone's most iconic characters would be Rocky and Rambo. Brutus, you get home around 3 a.m. and leave again at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, so 3 a.m. and then, yeah, so that's almost about 12 hours. Yeah, Kill Bandit. Like another movie of his that I liked, but I wouldn't say it's amazing or anything, is Cliffhanger. Because he was sort of doing some experimentation with certain roles in like the mid to late 90s. Had movies like Demolition Man, which, I mean, it's a great action movie and that. But the director of it was someone that he had never worked with before. So he was sort of like wanting to have new experiences with different directors and stuff like that too. And then you had Judge Dredd, which, when I saw it, I knew that Judge Dredd was a character because I had seen in certain like shops, I had seen the comics and stuff of Judge Dredd. But not having read them, I had zero idea about the fact that he doesn't take his helmet off. But if he does, it's only shown, like, you only see in shadow or something like that. You don't actually see his face to know what his face looks like. I had no idea about all that kind of stuff, so I just took the movie as it was and really enjoyed it. Fast forward to a few years after that, and when I was older as well. Because when that movie came out, I would have been about maybe 11, I think. Then I found out, oh, okay, so the character never shows his face. And so for the movie to have him for the majority of it without his helmet on was a big deal for people. I still think it's a fun action movie, but I wouldn't say it's better than the Dredd movie that we got much later with Karl Urban. Ozjim and Cobra was a flop, but you liked it. Yeah, I remember watching that that movie growing up. Because it's funny, like, I mean, parents have their different ideas of when they want to let their children watch certain movies, and for some people it's different. But when I was really young, the movies that I watched that weren't made for children, like animated stuff, was things like Commando and Rambo 2 and Cobra and The Running Man. Even a movie called Death Wish 3, which, if you've seen those movies, then you'd be like, why were you watching a Death Wish movie when you were like 7 years old? But the thing about that was that overall it's not as graphic and as unsettling as some of the scenes in the first two Death Wish movies. But anyway, the version of Commando that I watched, though, when I was that young, wasn't the uncut version. It was the broadcast for television version. And so I watched that on VHS that my uncle had. And same with Cobra, that was recorded off television. So there were things in it that weren't... Well, I imagine there's things that they cut out of the broadcast version. They were in the original. The only movies out of those that I've mentioned that I actually watched the uncensored version of was Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Death Wish 3. The Running Man I also watched on VHS that was recorded off TV. So anything that was graphic in it was taken out. But I remember watching the Rambo movie more than I did Cobra. But I still remember watching Cobra a few times growing up. You definitely a lot like how Street Fighter turned out. Judge Dredd, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a good adaptation of Judge Dredd, then you're probably better off watching the Carl Urban movie. But if you're curious to see what the Stallone version's like, definitely go into it just expecting a sci-fi action movie that doesn't really, follow the character that well, I guess, but still there's some entertaining things about it. Some interesting action sequences. Brutus, you'd never even heard of Judge Dredd before the Stallone movie came out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there's so many characters and stuff that, depending on what medium you follow, like, if you're a comic book reader or something like that, then you might have more easily come across Judge Dredd, but sometimes I think going into something not knowing the original version can actually be good, because it makes you look at the other aspects of the movie. Jim Stallone is nearly 90 years old. Well, I mean, he's not 89 or anything, but he's definitely getting closer and closer to 90 than he was 30 years ago. But yeah, he's currently 77. Brutus, he looks good for his age too, you think? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the thing too, like, especially when you're someone in a profession where, obviously not all actors experience highly physical roles, but for the people that do, and all the roles of that kind that they do, like, there's so much stuff that could go wrong or could just, add to the aging process in a way. Oh, that's fair enough, Ozjim. Yeah. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is around his age as well. Ozjim, that's some horrible diving from Lara. So you wouldn't give that a high score, Afro? That's fair. Kill Bandit, the Expendables are good. So far, I've only seen the first two. And I really like the second one. Like, I thought the first one was good, but I really, really like the second one more.
The walls are porous. The oil must be seeping through. come. When the caverns begin to howl, a warrior must descend to ease the torment. If one cannot be sacrificed, then all will die.
Hey Lucinda, good morning to you. How's things going for you? How's the raiding of tombs today? It's going really, really well. Getting a lot of the side stuff done, a lot of the collecting, doing some backtracking to areas that I might not have had the right gear for yet, or things that I hadn't actually picked up yet. But yeah, we're making good progress. Still pretty early in the story, but we've reached another major location that has a lot of stuff in it as well. But yeah, it's been going really good. Brutus, you haven't seen any of the Expendables movies yet? Yeah, I mean, the first two, they're the only ones that I've seen. They've done a third, and now they're doing a fourth as well. But I like the concept of getting actors together that were known for certain things, like whether it was being an action star or whether it was being like a real life fighter, you know, whatever code it was, and all that kind of stuff, and bringing them together into the one movie. And the thing about that is it was also a good opportunity to showcase some people that might not necessarily have gotten a little bit of a step up or something like that too. But I think that's more for like the newer ones than the first two, maybe, perhaps. But yeah, if you're going to watch them, I'd recommend at least watching the first two and then decide from there if you want to watch the rest. But not having seen the other two, 3 and 4, I don't know whether they're good or not. Kill Bandit, you like them all? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, sometimes there's a series of movies where you just, you know, it might be varying degrees, but can actually like them all. I was Jim, the Expendables franchise renewed Stallone's career. Yeah, it definitely was something that was additional. I think the turning point for his resurrection of his career really came with Rocky Balboa in 2006 and Rambo 4 in 2008. But The Expendables 1 would definitely be one of the movies that helped. Listen, are you doing alright today? Today's probably going to be the hottest day of the year, and hopefully the last hot day of the year. Hopefully so. Sometimes you just never know though, because the weather might have a different idea. And might be like, you thought that was the last hot day, hey? Think again. But hopefully it ends up being like that. It's going to get up to about 35 to 36 Celsius, which is pretty warm for your locale. That is, yeah. And it's definitely a temperature where you're like, yeah, if it's going to get any hotter, don't. That's sort of like a good maximum. Ozjim, Ronda Rousey kicks Stallone's butt. Yeah, she was in the third one, was it? Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
The elders of the village have lied to us. There is no beast underground. The howling we hear is only the wind rushing out through small caves leading to the surface. They've used fear to control us for too long. Once I make my way out of this infernal sweat bath, I will throw their lies at their feet.
Talking about hot temperatures, this place doesn't look too cold. Hey there, Phantom. You know what helps you regulate body temp, Rod? Indian tonic helps regulate body temp, does it? Yeah, that's the thing. I've never really looked into alternate ways of that. You know, like to look at something that you might drink to get to that sort of like state. Well, I mean, you know, obviously cold drinks, but in terms of like an actual drink that is concocted specifically for something like that. Listen, do you think your AC compressor may be on the fritz soon, so you're kind of babying it? You'll probably end up getting a new one once winter comes around. They'll be a lot cheaper then. That's a good idea too. It's like when people don't get Christmas presents, they'll get people Christmas presents at the start of the year after all the sales are starting to come on, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But that's a good idea to try and get it to last longer, and then that way, once it's out of that weather condition, you can get them cheaper. Ozjim, yeah, you do. Cold beer. That's true. Yep. Phantom, dress warmly and do some sunbathing. Yeah. Although, that's not really good for me.
Votan is an ancient Maya god of war and death. So old, he is rumored to have been old even before the beginning of time itself. He is usually depicted as having no teeth and being colored entirely black. Little is known about him, except that he likes to smoke pungent cigars. Interestingly, he is also the god who invented drumming.
Kratos is like a god of war and death, eh? Lucinda, oh yeah, it was in the 30s all this week. The next week it's going to be a lovely 25 as high temps. Yeah. Which, I mean, that's a better high temp to have, but still. Phantom, only thing you hate about warm temps are smelly feet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you for feeling that way. That's something that can definitely accentuate that. Alright, we have 3 skill points. Let's get this Viper's Venom. Craft poison grenades, kill enemies nearby, and obscure lines of sight. Listen, if it was up to you, it'd be 15 degrees Celsius all year. Oh, that would be perfect. I would definitely vote for that too, if it had to be that. Phantom Venus is good this time of year. Yeah, that's something I've not really been that knowledgeable about, is astrology and...
This must be the exit.
Sort of like looking at things from that perspective. Listen, they use Celsius over in Australia, right? We do, yeah. And it was only within the few years that I found out that we actually used to use Fahrenheit a long time ago, before switching over to Celsius.
Sholot, god of death. I'll have to get over there. Might be able to extinguish that somehow. There's my way across.
Osgym 35 is your summer mid temp. Most summers it gets mid to high 40s. Oh yeah, that's not a good high temperature. Phantom, you mean the temp at Venus, lol? Oh, sorry. I thought you were referring to astrology, and I thought that there's something that is about the temperature related to that. Like the moon is in retrograde or something like that. I thought that might be... I see what you mean now, though, Phantom. Yeah, Lucinda, like, growing up, I just thought, oh, yeah. Fahrenheit is what they use in places like America, and we use Celsius. But yeah, we used to use Fahrenheit, apparently. Phantom Crispy, 474 degrees Celsius. Ugh. 474? Ouch.
Almost there. I'll need more power. Something's holding it in place.
That should get me to a spot before I climbed over. Listen, you talk to more people who use Celsius than Fahrenheit, so you're always converting it. Yeah. It's like, okay, so I know this person is in this region, so I need to do the calculation. Phantom, 867 degrees Fahrenheit. Bloody hell. Definitely makes it sound worse.
Almost there. Something's holding it in place.
Jim, we used to use pounds instead of dollars, but in 1966 they converted it. It was the 14th of February 1966. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like in Australia, having that be the currency that we had. Alright. I remember now. It's been a long time since I've done this tomb. Got to go over here and then... go up here. And connect these two.
Now to get that other pendulum moving.
And then back here. A good way to create an analogy for what I just went through there is when Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, is inside the mines of Moria with the other characters, and he has to sit and think for a moment of which way to go. Phantom, just finished watching Mr. In-Between. So what were you watching Mr. In-Between? Another movie or another show? Just kidding. Mr. In-Between, I've never actually heard of that before. What is it?
Huracan's stopped howling.
Huracan's mantle. Reduce
Time to
damage
get out
from
of here.
fire and explosions. Tomb raided. Phantom, it's an Australian black comedy. Ah, I gotcha. Mr. In Between. I think I might have seen that advertised somewhere. Who's actually in it? Scott Ryan. Name doesn't seem familiar, but I might have seen him, but just not known his name. Or do you, Phantom? You have the original disc for Tomb Raider 1 on PS1. Yeah, I wish I could say I had the original version when the game came out, but when I had bought The Last Revelation, I went back and bought the first 3 games, and I think by that point they were the PlayStation Classics versions, which I think the version, like, there's nothing different about the game itself, but it just was given a different cover because it was a different like edition of it. Phantom, it looked bad on PS1 with the crappy polygon graphics. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what was going on back when it came out in 1996 with a lot of games. Jim, you never owned a PlayStation, always been Xbox. Yeah, it's funny, my sort of like console jumping that I've done. Grew up with an NES, Super Nintendo, and I went with the Nintendo 64. And then instead of going with the GameCube, I went with the PlayStation 2, because before that point I had jumped to PlayStation so I could play the games on that system that I really liked the look of and all that kind of stuff, and didn't get the original Xbox because I was with PlayStation 2. But then, based on the games that were coming out for Xbox 360, I got the Xbox 360, but didn't get the PS3. Stuck with Xbox through the PS4, and then got the Xbox One. Didn't get a PS4. And yeah, it took until the PS5 before I got my next PlayStation console. So I've only owned a PlayStation 1, 2, and 5. I've never owned a 3 and a 4. Phantom Xbox was the same time as PS2. That's right. Sure was. Ah, the piranhas. Instant death. Can't be avoided. Once they lock onto you, you're dead.
Inti is the Incan sun god, created by the great god Viracocha. Incan rulers consider themselves direct descendants of Inti, as he is the patron of empire and military conquest.
Phantom, one game you will remember that did good on an Xbox was Far Cry. Oh yeah, the very first one. Yeah. Because I know that Fable was a big deal on the original Xbox. Same with Splinter Cell. When that came out on consoles and it was on the Xbox, that was the one where they're like, you know, you'll only get this game at this quality if you have a Xbox. You won't get it on the PlayStation 2. So I played Splinter Cell on that because I had friends who had one. So that's what got me hooked on Splinter Cell. And when I found out that there was actually a PlayStation 2 port, then that's what I got. OzGym at that time, PlayStation were ahead of Xbox. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I'm not too knowledgeable about because overall, and this goes back to the NES versus, well, the Nintendo versus Sega days, I've never really gotten involved in the idea of there being console wars, to be honest. But yeah. Phantom, your buddy only ever played Morrowind on Xbox. Dude was hooked. Oh yeah, the Elder Scrolls game. It's funny, I never ever heard of that series until Oblivion came out. Kill Bandit, you love that game? Yeah, never actually played any of that one. I don't know what I think about it though. I think it was the same thing with Oblivion, like trying to play that after playing Skyrim. It was just, I just couldn't get into it. So I don't know how I'd feel about Morrowind. Phantom had withdrawals when he didn't play for more than an hour, lol. Damn, that is definitely being hooked on something. Oh, Kill Bandit, I see. Splinter Cell. Yeah. Yeah, Splinter Cell. Alright, so the game should still remember what we collected. That's good. The checkpoint was right here. It works out well. Yeah, Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, that's still my favorite one. And it's the game in the series I recommend people play if you've only played, like, Blacklist, which was the most recent one. Like, definitely, if you like Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, play the other two as well. It's just that Chaos Theory really, really advanced the stealth mechanics and what you could do from what it was in the first two games. Brutus, Oblivion is one of your favorites. You tried playing Morrowind after Oblivion and Skyrim and didn't get into it at all. Ah, similar experience to me then, in a way, that I had with Oblivion. Gil Bandit, you played all the Splinter Cells? Same. Yeah. Plus, I've liked the music in all the Splinter Cell games, but the music in Chaos Theory is truly unique. Amon Tobin, who did the music for that game, just really came up with some very, very unique and interesting kind of music for that style of game. And it works really, really well. Jimmy, like the early Call of Duty games on Xbox until they changed it. Those were ones that I never played. I think I might have tried Call of Duty 3 after having played Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare for the first time, but didn't really get into it. But never actually played 3 all the way through, or even played the first 2. And Michael Ironside was the best voice actor for the series, in your opinion? The interrogations had more magic with his voice. Yeah, I definitely feel that Michael Ironside does such a great job with the character that it's very difficult for someone else to come along. And the thing about Blacklist is that I really do miss Michael Ironside as Sam Fisher. Eric Johnson, who was actually hired to play the role for that, I think as an actor, separate from the role of Sam Fisher, he's actually really good. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, he actually voices Ivar the Boneless, and he does a great job in that game. I just felt that with the way that Sam Fisher was approached in Blacklist is that there's certain things that they had the character say that you wouldn't necessarily think Sam Fisher would say. You would think they were things that Michael Ironside as Sam Fisher wouldn't say. And maybe some of that's to do with the fact that I wouldn't be surprised, and in fact I know based on interviews that I've seen with Michael Ironside that with Splinter Cell 1 he actually was a key component with the script because he was working with them on it and saying, what he felt the role needed and all that kind of stuff. Because they wanted him to play the role very early on, but he wasn't really seeing the potential to play the character yet. But with some help and all that kind of stuff, they got it to a point where it was like, yep, I can see myself playing the character now. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the fact that... I wouldn't be surprised, on the other games before Blacklist, if Michael Ironside didn't have at least a pass at the script in writing it. And so there's certain dialogue that I don't think Sam Fisher would... I mean, I can't say off the top of my head what it is. I'd have to actually play the game again. But I think it comes more in his conversations with... Grimm's daughter when it comes to moments on the plane and stuff like that. But in any case, Eric Johnson I think did an admirable job as Sam Fisher, but they should have actually asked him to make his voice sound a bit older than what he did. Because here's the thing, right? Sam Fisher as a character he's not in his 20s, he's not in his 30s, he's not even in his 40s, he's in his 50s. And the way that Eric Johnson sounds, he sounds like a man in his 30s. Whereas Michael Ironside, you really can feel that the character is as old as the character is. Granted, he's older than the character, but his voice is so well suited to that age of the character that it's very difficult to imagine anyone else playing the role. But yeah, I liked Eric Johnson and his performance enough to not have it be like, oh, I'm not playing this game because Michael Ironside's not in it. I mean, yeah, I was sort of like, I don't know, because he played the role for so many years. But yeah, when I played Blacklist, I was definitely pleasantly surprised, and I really liked the gameplay, and I really liked the idea of having like 3 different play styles that were tracked by the game. Because obviously there's games that you can do a certain play style, but the game doesn't track it for you. But Splinter Cell Blacklist, if you wanted to play it like a Ghost, it would track that, and you'd get points. You'd still get points for each playstyle, even if you only did one area with that kind of playstyle. But there's definitely a lot of stuff that I liked in Blacklist. Kill Bandit, it is. You like stealth? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that, sometimes it can be very annoying, and sometimes it requires more patience than, it should require, but but then there's sometimes where you just YOLO it and you just get through an area, even though the game's designed, or they designed it in a way where they want you to be stealthy, but you can just be like, fuck this, and just run through and then get through. I was Jim, yep, Call of Duty 4 killed it for you. That's fair enough, too, as well. Phantom, he wrote a few plays over his career too. I wouldn't be surprised, Phantom, with his career, and like he's played a lot of great roles, a lot of villains. He's also good at playing villains as well, even in movies that aren't that great, like Highlander 2. Like Highlander 2 is probably the worst Highlander sequel with... Well, I used to say that it was the worst sequel, but then they came out with the 5th one called The Source. And that's worse than the second movie. I would definitely say that the second Highlander movie is far superior than the 5th one. But it's still bad, though. But one of the things that isn't bad about it is Michael Ironside's performance as the villain. He just really, really hams it up. Like, there's a scene where, I think MacLeod, the main character, Connor MacLeod, is paying his respects on a holy site or something. And then Michael Ironside's villain character, Katana, is like, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If you're not going to use it, it's going to rust. Just things like that, which I don't really know whether he just came up with that on the fly and they just were like, oh yeah, we'll put that in, or whether it was written to be scripted like that. But yeah, he really hammed it up as that villain. It's probably one of the most memorable things about that movie. I mean, Sean Connery is great as Ramirez, and Christopher Lambert is good as Connor, but the first movie is definitely the best out of the whole series of movies that they did. So sorry, Kill Bandit, with your comment, me too, and you thought that, because I went on for a little bit without checking chat, what parts were you referring to with those comments? Because I just had a thought, then I'm like, oh shit, I can't remember what I might have said that would match. Oh yeah, the game does this for some reason with this tomb. Even after you finish this tomb, the game will still allow you to mark it on the spot. Because what happens in these games is once you've already done a location that's a tomb, or you've picked up an item, when you try to select it on the map, like for example these ones here, I've already collected them, so when I try to mark them again, it does that. But this tomb, when you're further away, comes up as one that you haven't done yet, even though you have. I'll go back this way now. Phantom, James Spader got old. Who would have thought that when seeing the Stargate movie, lol? Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really seen him in much. I mean, to tell you the truth, I hadn't seen him in much before Stargate. and I haven't seen him in much afterwards. But I saw him in that show called Blacklist, but I never watched it religiously or anything. In fact, I only watched the pilot, not the pilot, the first episode. Well, I guess the pilot episode is the first episode. Technically, really. But yeah. I only saw bits of that. Never watched it in full. Ozjim, that's what the girlfriend said, lol. Oh, what's that in reference to, Ozjim? Sorry, dude. Phantom, yeah, you love Connery's depiction of a Spaniard with a Scottish accent. Yeah. He was a Spaniard. It's like, yeah. I love, there's so many great quotes from that first Highlander movie of Sean Connery's like, you have the manners of a goat and you smell like a dung heap. Was one of his lines. Oh, Ozjim, it's going to rust. I got you. I see what... Okay, now. Yep, I got you now. Phantom, imagine Tommy Wiseau playing as Connor, lol.
Miss Ortiz, thank you for your recent inquiry. A Water Quality Index, WQI, was calculated for river sites surrounding the village of Kuwak from the samples you provided, and results have shown that the river sites should be classified as bad water quality. The results of the study have shown large-scale impacts that include siltation, chemical pollution, and heavy metal pollution. Turbidity and total solids exceeded the environmental limits. Water of high turbidity, hazy, murky water, cannot be used as potable water, and the high total solids also imply that it cannot be used as irrigation water as well, as this will damage infrastructure. It is most likely that any subsistence fishing that took place before is no longer possible at the affected river sites, thereby impacting negatively on people's livelihoods. Similarly, pH was in the high alkaline range as well as COD. These parameters were indicative of some chemical pollution in the river. The pH that is alkaline, hard water, is corrosive and can damage plumbing equipment and clothes. High levels of fluoride in the water poses the risk of diseases such as dental and skeletal fluorosis. The presence of pathogenic bacteria such as Salmonella also represents an immediate health risk for the local community.
Phantom, just hearing him say there can only be one in a nonchalant way, laughing my ass off. Yeah, as nonchalantly as he goes, oh, hi, Mark. Ozjim, and a lot of these actors found it hard to get work because of stereotyping. That's true. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, there's been so many examples throughout history of things in pop culture and, you know, other forms of media that, you know, has been very stereotypical in nature and, you know, very sort of like not really representing things the way that they actually are. You know, like how many times have people who actually know a language have heard that language spoken in something and they are easily able to tell that the person who is speaking that language isn't a native speaker of it, you know, and so they know what things to listen out for, to know, and all that kind of stuff. And there might be some things that that language doesn't have that gets thought of as something that's part of it. You know, and so when someone does a voice, I mean, obviously there's people who don't know any different, and that's understandable. But I feel like there's some things that once the person knows, then they should be respectful of that kind of thing.
This is the story of local caverns rumored to be haunted. Ghostly noises coming from deep within the bowels of the earth. No one who's entered the caves has ever returned. Mysterious sounds, something between the booming of thunder and the howling of dogs, and a mysterious light glowing within.
A haunting, eh? Let's go investigate. Actually, hang on. Crypt. Oh yeah, I can't access that one yet.
¿Sí? Ya está averiado.
Traditionally woven from fabric and stuffed with reeds and grains, the burial dolls are frequently shown holding something in their hand, like a musical instrument or a ball of yarn. In this instance, the doll is holding a toddler, perhaps signifying that the deceased was a mother. But this one is made from modern materials. I suppose Paul Veneer could have made it as a promotional toy.
Oh, I see what you mean now, Ozjim. Yeah, like John Wayne found it hard to get other roles because of his westerns. Yeah. Yeah, that can definitely happen to actors too, where it's like they get pigeonholed, and when they try and do another role of a different style or in a different genre, some just straight away reject their sort of like character, because it's like, oh yeah, I'm not interested in seeing such and such be this sort of character when they've always been this kind of character. You know, we want the same character all the time. But hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a character that's successful and the person plays it more than once, but you know, like, not all actors want to just play the same type of character all the time.
I've been doing some research, and I think we might be able to set ourselves up with a homemade refinery. It's going to be a lot of work, though, and I can't do it alone. We'll need to build an oil tank, 1,000-liter capacity. The hull of the ship sunk in the river could be used for the tank. Any volunteers for a salvage mission? We'll need to set up a system to collect the crude. Who wants to be in charge of the bucket brigade? Once we get these things set up, we should be able to make diesel, kerosene, and petrol. Enough to fly the planes and eventually maybe even turn a profit.
Exactly, Lucinda. When Elias Tefexis gets told he sounds too much like Adam Jensen in other roles. Yeah, I mean, that would be so frustrating because when he plays Adam Jensen, he's not doing anything different, really, with his voice for the role. I mean, maybe there might be some slight things he does different, but that's his voice. Like, if you watch him in interviews, that's his voice, his natural voice. So that would be so frustrating where you're like, I really want to play this character. And so you go in and you read for it, and they're like, we like what you did with the character, but we're not looking for Adam Jensen type. It'd be like, yeah, but that's how I speak. Jensen. Speaking of Adam Jensen, I really, really would like to have another Deus Ex game. So we can have a trilogy. A trilogy of Adam Jensen, I mean. There already is a trilogy if you just take 3 of the games and then say there's a trilogy, but I'd like to have another Deus Ex game with Adam Jensen as the main character.
Continue to restrict the distribution of supplies. When we come through the area, it's better for everyone if your people are more concerned with their next meal or their child's fever, rather than with what's happening outside the village. As promised, once our investigation in the area is complete, we will provide monthly rations equal to double what you currently receive from CARE for 24 months, provided you keep up your end of the bargain. Cordially, Estella Diaz, Director of Community Outreach Programs, Order of Trinity.
Ozjim, you doubt that will happen? Kill Bandit, me too. Yeah. I mean, the people who own the franchise now are the same that own Tomb Raider. And instead of the Avengers game, we could have gotten another Deus Ex game, but they decided to go with that instead. They actually were going to do another Deus Ex, I think, but then they cancelled it to do the Avengers game. But you never know, the current company who owns Deus Ex now might decide to actually do another one. Listen, every time that Berg guy speaks in Rogue, your mind is always just imagining that he is Pritchard. You had to rewatch that one in-game video twice because you were hanging on to the sound of his voice and didn't actually pay attention to a word he said. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain way that he speaks as Berg in that game that is very similar to how he speaks as Pritchard in that. And then when you hear him as Cesare, no man can murder me. And when you hear him as Israel Putnam in Assassin's Creed 3, in the Battle of Havana. You know, certain things when he yells, you can tell it's him. Okay, so Kuwakyaku. We've got two more crypts to do, one more document to find. Actually, one more crypt. Hang on, what's this other thing? 8 out of 10. The mural. Yeah. So I've got 2 murals left, 1 document left, and 1 crypt left. But what I want to do is this challenge tomb. Now this is one of the ones that you get as DLC content. So we'll go and do this one next. And then I think what I might do is take a break, and then when I come back, jump back into the main story and continue on. Kill Bandit, yep. Yeah, there's certain ways of saying things where it's like, yep, that's who that person is.
I love old maps. When I was a little girl, they always led to treasure.
They always make me feel more lost.
My name's Lara, by the way.
Pilar. You don't look like the type of tourists we usually get.
I'm an archaeologist, actually.
Yes, that would be more fitting, I think. You should speak with Abigail. She knows the history of this place better than almost anyone.
We've already met. Abby's been kind enough to let my friend and I stay with her while we're visiting.
Well then, you are a welcomed guest in Kuwakyaku.
Thank you. Do you need help understanding the map?
It wasn't meant for me to understand.
I have hidden the truth, as Abigail will find, but to uncover it, she must take a trip back in time.
Mariana was never much of a poet.
Mariana?
Abigail's grandmother. We lost her to cancer 1 year ago today, actually.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Mariana wanted Abigail to have the map on the anniversary of her death, but...
You're not sure?
I don't know if she's ready.
It's none of my business, but if it helps, Mariana believes she was.
You're right. I guess it never was my decision, was it? Would you mind delivering the map to Abigail? You could make a full-time job of chasing that girl around, oh, and my hips just won't have it.
Not at all. Abby's grandmother wanted her to have this, but why? Pilar didn't seem to know. It has to have something to do with the riddle she wrote on the back. I have hidden the truth, as Abigail will find, but to uncover it, she must take a trip back in time.
I was Jim in Deus Ex, you stealthed it several times. Yeah, to get the Foxiest of the Hounds achievement in that game definitely takes a lot of stealth and patience, because it's very easy to think you got through a section without it making it count as a detected kind of situation. I only got that once with Deus Ex Human Revolution, and I remember having to be very careful with saves. I even had like multiple saves, I think, just in case I fucked one save up and all that kind of stuff. And if I felt like I couldn't remember if I was detected or not, or if the game counted it, I was like, well, I'm going to reload my save and try again. Phantom, one time this dude started talking to you, but you didn't hear a word he said because you were distracted by his white socks and his brown sandals. Yeah. It's funny how that can happen with things. Harbinger, you hate the final tomb here with a passion, the one with the gas in the tower. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It can be very, very annoying. Phantom, you still have nightmares to this day. Oh, you do? Oh, no. Really, really must have stuck with you then. Listen, do you wish there was a way to check your detections in Human Revolution? You're glad the Dishonored series has it. Technically, the first one doesn't, but there is a tiny mod on PC you can install that will allow you to pull up the information on demand. Yeah, I mean, it really, really would help to actually know, because then you don't have to second guess yourself. And also, if you know for sure, then you know you can keep on going.
Abby, it's Lara.
Hey, stranger. How are you making out? How's Jonah?
Jonah's fine. He's with a friend.
A friend, huh? What's her name?
His name is Uchu. Listen, Abby, I'm back in Kwakyaku, and I've come across an old map that belonged to your grandmother.
Well, there's an old-timer in town, Diego. He runs the community garden. He's into maps, I think. Maybe he can take a look. Meet me there?
On my way.
I like Abigail's reaction to Lara saying that Jonah is with a friend. Now, because I had to get the DLC content for this version, for the PlayStation version, before today's stream, but after the first stream session, I can't remember now if this DLC only becomes available in the game for you to do before you reach the part of the story where you meet Uchu and Unuratu, or if it's a situation where no matter when you install this DLC, well, I guess later on in the game it wouldn't make sense, or maybe they've covered some dialogue, but in any case, I'm kind of doing this DLC content out of chronological order, I guess, with the main story, but not really, because we have the acknowledgement there by Lara that at this point in the main story, Jonah is with Uchu, which he is. Lucinda, especially for a first-person game, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Doing stealth in first-person versus third-person, there's definitely a whole different ball game and that when it comes to being able to know whether or not you're being stealthy fully, or when there's someone coming around a corner and stuff.
Can I help you?
I'm a friend of Abby's. She asked me to meet her here. We have a map we'd like you to look at.
Oh, let's have a look. This is a nice piece of work. Good detail. Happy to see it held up all these years.
You're familiar with it?
Might be a little more dust in the attic these days, but I never forget my work.
Abby's grandmother asked me to draw it up. If I remember right, it was supposed to be some kind of gift for Abby.
There are blemishes here. 3 of them, do you see?
I didn't put those there. It smells like lemon, doesn't it?
Lemon? Lemon juice can be used as ink to... There could be a heat fix message hidden in the map. Can I use your brazier?
Sure, be my guest. So how does this work?
Well, lemon juice is organic, so it will oxidize and turn brown when it's heated, and a secret message will appear.
It's been a lot of years. You think it'll still show?
As soon as Abby gets here, we're gonna find out.
Find out what?
Speak of the devil.
I'm an angel, Diego. You know that.
Not when you were little.
Abby, according to Diego, your grandmother asked him to make the map for you, as a gift.
Why would I need a map of the village? I know this place in my sleep.
There's more. Your grandmother hid something here in the paper. You can barely see it. I think it's a secret message.
She used invisible ink.
Invisible ink. Really?
Well, it's just lemon juice, but...
But it does the trick.
So, what's this secret?
Don't know. May I?
Let's take a look.
Look, those symbols, they're...
3 X's.
X marks the spot.
Cute, Grandma.
Are these points far from here?
Nope. Should we split up?
Sure. I'll take those 2 there. Thanks. Abby's grandmother, Mariana, used lemon juice as invisible ink to hide 3 small X's, like a classic treasure map.
So the idea of using lemon juice to actually write a secret message in and of itself isn't unique to this game. But in Rise of the Tomb Raider, if you do the DLC called Blood Ties, which takes place at Lara Croft's mansion, and it's one of the things that was written to cover up a secret message in that DLC with the lemon juice. So that's a nice little callback to that DLC of the previous game. But yeah, the concept of using lemon juice to actually write secret messages that can only be revealed with heat is something I dare say has been done for many, many years. Listen, you're undecided on how you feel about Shay, though. Too early to tell. Yeah, it's one of those things, too, with a character like that where having a certain, character arc and all that kind of stuff is definitely part of him as well. Yeah, listen, the cute grandma. Okay, grandma, let's get you to bed, is what that reminded you of. Yeah, it's like back in my day, we actually had to put the phone down when we finished speaking with someone. Sure, grandma, let's get you to bed. Phantom, you love the ambient music in North America when out exploring. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some great music in this game. Investigate the X's on the map. X marks the spot. I remember in the 3rd Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, at the start of the movie when he's teaching at the university, he talks about how X never, ever marks the spot. And then ironically later in the movie, the secret passage to get to the area they need to get to, surprise, surprise, is underneath an X. A Roman numeral X, but still. There's still an X marks the spot type thing. Listen, if someone asked if you're going to do a tier list after you finish all the AC games and you decided you're going to do it, so you're taking notes of things you like, dislike from here on out. That's a good way to do it, to keep track of all that kind of stuff, and then you can, like, you know, review your notes that you've kept and sort of look at it from that view and be like, okay, so these are the things that I liked about this one, and so forth. Yeah, I find it hard to do that myself because there's so many things that each game can have that I really like a lot. Marion, don't look at it. Shut your eyes, Marion. Don't look at it, no matter what happens. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. A quote from Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was Jim, and he says, snakes. I hate snakes. He sure does. Ironically, he didn't have a problem with them until he fell into a whole big crate filled with all these snakes. That's what created his fear of snakes. Because earlier in the Last Crusade movie, there's a little snake crawling around near him, and the other dude is frightened. He just picks it up and he says, like, it's just a snake, and then puts it away. But later in the same sequence, when he actually falls into a box of snakes, that's when he becomes scared of snakes. Arnie can keep his eyes open and look at the Ark. Come on, kill me, I'm here, do it. Yeah, the Ark's powers would be useless. Listen, yeah, you're going to create a way scale for different aspects to compare the games. That's definitely a good idea as well, you know, and have your own sort of like way to determine certain things. Phantom, our YouTube links allowed here. You want to share that North Atlantic theme from Rogue that you like? Well, if you can whisper it through to me, Phantom, then I'll be able to post it in chat for you. I assume you live in Queensland Snake Paradise. It's funny with creatures like snakes. I don't have a fear of them per se, but I would probably be afraid if I got bit by a snake that's venomous, because I'd be like, oh fuck, you know. Harbinger, but Lara's parkouring animations are so smooth in this trilogy. Maybe Ubisoft could learn something. It's so funny you say this, because Ubisoft actually did some things for this game. But I can't remember what their involvement was. In fact, in one of the Challenge Tomb DLCs, there's a character that is voiced by Amber Goldfarb, and she's done a lot of Assassin's Creed roles. Speaking of, these are those. Really, Ozjim? 2 summers ago you had 3 taipans in the backyard? Bloody hell. What ended up happening? Phantom, and that's the only thing you liked about Rogue laughing my ass off? Oh yeah, the music. Thanks for sending that whisper through. So I'll just post that in chat for people to be able to check out if they want. There we go. Harbinger, well, they certainly weren't involved in the gameplay aspects. Does this run or the Deathless one that you did count for the 5-year anniversary? Well, I wasn't doing anything for the 5-year anniversary because I don't feel 5 years is much of a milestone to celebrate. So I usually only do celebrations of games that celebrate their 10th, 15th, 20th, 25th, 30th plus playthroughs. I assume you left them alone and locked the animals up. Well, that's a good idea that you handled it that way, for sure, Ozjim. It's always good to know what to do.
There's a 3-stepped edge on one side that looks to have been carved by hand. Interesting. The other edge is roughly broken, like it's been shattered. This is only a piece of something larger. Abby, how are you making out?
Almost at it. Whatever it is. You?
Look for a fragment of stone with a 3-stepped edge. I found one here. I'm sure we're looking for 2 others.
You're the expert.
Ozjim, you were tempted to shoot them, but there were 3, and taipans get very aggressive when rolled up. Yeah, that's good too, to be able to have the mind to go and realize, yep, if I do this, then this will be the result, so best to do this other thing instead. Phantom, well, what AC series has taught you is that behind every great man is an assassin stabbing him in the back. Except for Eivor, he/she just gets in everyone's faces. Well, that's the thing about characters who betray other characters, you know. The betrayals can be very, like, difficult to spot, but some can smell it a mile away.
Hand carved on one side. Broken on the other. Definitely part of something larger. It's almost familiar, but I wonder...
Listen, do you find that when you're asked how you're liking a game while you're playing it, how you feel at the moment usually comes through? When you're not on the spot and you try to explain things, you find you're a lot more lenient and understanding, so you figured writing it down...
I think I have one of those stone things here.
I've got the others.
Now what?
Now we put them together and see what your grandmother is trying to tell you.
Pilar understood Grandma better than anyone. Meet me at her place.
So you figured writing it down would allow you to eliminate the heat of the moment to affect your review of the game. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, when you're actually experiencing something, like you're getting a genuine, honest reaction out of it. At the same time, though, you can't necessarily rely on those first initial feelings to be definitive. And so, yeah, actually reviewing it after the time has passed and then analyzing it and going, this is how I felt about it in the moment, but maybe it's not as bad because there was something else that was worse when you look at it. Ozjim, with a taipan, you have 20 minutes to get help after a bite. Yeah, that kind of thing, like having that, like, and not knowing that, like, and yeah, definitely one of those things where you'd have to be very unlucky to experience that and not be able to get anywhere because you're longer than 20 minutes away. Let's offload some stuff at this merchant.
Good day.
Check out what I have. Excellent choice. Enjoy. Excellent choice. I'm always ready to do business.
¿Cómo te fue hoy? ¿Estuviste tomando muestras de suelo?
I was hoping Abigail would be with you.
She's on her way.
Hi, Auntie.
It's been too long, child. Let me look at you. Still with the short hair, I see.
Auntie, we found something in Grandma's map.
Actually, your hair could be better too, now that I see you again. The pair of you, like tomboys, out chasing after...
Auntie, please. Why did Grandma want me to have the map? I deserve to know.
Do you remember the stories your grandmother used to tell you as a child? About a magical, hidden place built by your ancestors.
Yes, but I grew up, and she grew old, and nothing magical ever happened.
But she didn't forget her promise. It's there, in your hands.
Why now?
I'm only the custodian of the map. It's up to you to discover its purpose.
Abby, I'm sure whatever is revealed in this map will lead to that hidden place and your answers.
I hope so. All right, let's take a look.
If we place each one of the fragments on the map where they were found, like so...
That's the Chacana, the Inca cross. It represents the 3 levels of existence. The upper world, the middle world, our world, and the underworld.
It also represents the things that make us human, like the ability to love, to take action, to gain wisdom.
But if I'm remembering correctly, the center of the Chacana is said to represent Cusco, the capital of the Inca Empire. In the context of the map, we're hundreds of miles from there.
Well, there are many interpretations of the Chacana. Cusco, a portal from one world to the next. It is also said to be the Eye of God, a guardian keeping watch over us all.
So, what are we looking for? I mean, this has to point to something, right?
Let's take a closer look. There has to be something we're not seeing. Something... There! I thought it was a small blemish when I first saw it, but in this light, it looks like a Maya hieroglyph.
Maya? That doesn't make any sense. We're Inca. What does it say?
Hahil. It means truth.
Truth? Truth about what?
I don't know. Does this place on the map mean anything to you?
Grandma and I would sit there when she told me stories about the hidden place.
Perhaps you'll find your answers there.
Are you ready?
Keep the map. I'll meet you there.
I thought the pieces looked familiar. It's not until I put them all together that I can see it. It's the Chacana, the Inca cross. There are many interpretations of the cross, debated even amongst the Inca themselves, but it's an extremely important symbol nonetheless.
Phantom, use cinnamon oil to keep the snakes away. So snakes don't like cinnamon oil. Is it something about what's in it? Okay, let's analyze some. Number one, in the cutscene when it started, this character who is familiar with Abigail hadn't seen her for a while. The character model wasn't even looking at Abby at all when she was saying her dialogue about that. But that's neither here nor there. What I actually want to talk about is her comment about Abigail having short hair and then also criticizing Lara for her hair length. And I'm trying to think about this. Okay, so Abigail's hair is shorter than Lara's. All right. Lara, if she didn't have the ponytail there, like we'd see how long it actually is. But my question for this character who was criticizing Abby and Lara for their hair lengths, wouldn't her hair be shorter than Lara's if she didn't have it done like that? I don't know. Maybe it might be as long. I'm not too sure. So I've always found it odd when I do this content, the criticism that this character has of Abby and Lara's hair. Jim, Abigail seems too shady. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny, sometimes characters don't reveal their true nature until a certain time later, but when it's characters that I know, because I've played the game before, what they're like, I find it hard to respond to people. It's like when I'm watching a movie and someone says, is that person going to die? And if they do end up dying in the movie, but I don't want to spoil it for them, it's like, let's just watch the movie and find out. Kind of thing. So sometimes there's characters and stuff where I don't necessarily know how to respond to a comment about what their sort of like allegiance is, so to speak, etc. But I do have spoilers allowed for these Tomb Raider streams, so I definitely don't mind saying it, as long as people get a fair warning about it. Jim, you think she is Trinity? You are about to enter this tomb. Your current progression will be saved. Do you want to continue? Yes.
Abby, keep your radio close. I'll stay in touch if I find anything.
Sounds good. And watch your ass in there.
You can count on that. The gas is on.
Phantom, a shotgun with mountain salt also repels them much quicker, lol. I could definitely imagine. I forgot that it makes the gas go again if you don't.
This architecture is definitely Maya.
So strange. Why would my grandma want me to know about this place?
This doesn't make any sense.
What have you got?
If I had to guess, I'd say this place is a massive forge. But on this scale, what would they be forging that would require this kind of heat?
Sorry, I'm not gonna be much help to you there.
This place, It's an ancient forge. What were they crafting here?
Phantom salt burns their cold-blooded skin very badly. Mountain salt. So with mountain salt, like what kind of sauce would you need? I mean, it might be obviously in the name, but I wasn't aware of any kind of salt known as mountain salt. Jimmy used a 22 with rat shot to do the job. Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense.
What have you got?
If I had to guess, I'd say this place is a massive forge. But on this scale, what would they be forging that would require this kind of heat?
Sorry, I'm not going to be much help to you there.
Jesus Christ, game. If you're going to have the character actually grab.
This doesn't make any sense.
What have you got?
Don't make the character look like they're going to fall.
I'd say this place is a massive forge.
I'm going to press the button to make them grab again.
Forging would require this kind of heat.
Sorry, I'm not going to be much help to you there.
This doesn't make any sense.
What have you got?
If I had to guess, I'd say this place is a massive forge. But on this scale, what would they be forging that would require this kind of heat?
Sorry, I'm not going to be much help to you there.
Alright, no wonder why. I have to go a different way first. It's been a while since I did this content. Phantom, they sell like these candle holders made of pink mountain salt. Interesting. Yeah, I never heard of mountain salt before. Hey 19, welcome on in. Yikes indeed. Absolutely. At least it's not a permadeath run. Oh, absolutely. Because it just is so time consuming doing that. Plus, starting the game all the way from the start again. Phantom, just eat the lava rod. At this point it seems like a very delicious food. The amount of times Lara fell into it.
The gas is on. Gonna be quite the climb. There are statues here. Huge faces arranged in a circle around the central column. They're watching over it like sentinels. But what are they guarding?
You have a view that I don't. Now I kind of wish I came with you.
Whoever was wearing this either had a splitting headache or they didn't leave at all. Wait, there's dried blood here.
Phantom, how the fuck is that lava flowing? As if it's viscous like water? Lava is usually more gelatinous. Good question. Yeah, I've got no idea. Oh, Jim, wow, awesome. Oh, you mean the look of the environment in this part? Well, there can be annoying things with these DLC tombs that they released. Overall, I think they did a great job with the design of the environments. Yeah, Ozjim. Yeah, it looks really cool. Ironic pun not intended.
Per seismic imaging results, 25th of November, 1983. Massive oil fields beneath the village. I have conducted a physical examination of area and can confirm this to be the case. Recommend full drill operation. Porvenir will be back in the black. Village expendable. Recommend stage 01 outbreak if buyout ineffectual. We cannot allow the... Strange. The report cuts off mid-sentence.
Phantom, it reminds you of a dwarf's cave in Lord of the Rings. That's a good comparison.
Here lies the missing man from Porvenir, killed in self-defense by Mariana Ortiz. You will not find a body, but this note instead. When I found him out, he attacked me, so I hit him on the head. It was his greed, not me, which made him dead. I'm sorry for his family that will never know his fate. If this note is discovered before I'm dead, you know where to find me.
Ozjim, finds a lemonade stand. Get your lemonade here. Fresh. Phantom, just eat the lava. That reminds me.
I found a note. It was written by your grandmother. She confesses to killing a man to protect herself and the village. She calls him the missing man from Porvenir. Does that mean anything to you?
I remember when I was a little kid, there was a search. One of the workers disappeared. They never found him. Shortly after that, the last of the oil dried up, and Porvenir left. Grandma killed that guy. My grandma.
I don't think she had a choice.
Just trying to think. Oh yeah, it reminds me of the Dongos, the enemies in Zelda. It's not lava that they eat specifically, but I think it's bombs. Well, bombs. No, hang on. Don't they like to eat rock or something? I can't remember. Love has everything that plants crave. It's got electrolytes. Really? I was just about to jump when that fell. Motherfucker. Alright, so it's not that step. Alright, it's not that either. Here we go.
The gas is on. My sweet Abigail, it is time you learned the truth about your past and your responsibility for the future. You are a guardian, Abigail, as I was, as my mother was before me and hers before her, and so on and so on. All the way back to the time of Queen Aberrane, the mother of multitudes. Centuries ago, she led my people from the dry death of the great drought in Guatemala to the safety of this valley. On her deathbed, she chose a guardian from her line, and the responsibilities of mother were passed on. Eventually, that gift was given to me. Now, with my death, my sweet Abigail, I pass on the responsibility of guardian to you. You already know what to do. You've been doing it all your life. You are the mother of multitudes now. Keep our story well.
No pressure on Abby or anything. You are now the mother of multitudes. Well, what if Abby doesn't want to have children? Did they think about that? Hey there, Donna. Welcome on in. Sorry it took so long to get to your comment. I hope things are going well. That was not a slide. That was not, no. Phantom, just eat the lava. It's the only thing that's free over there. That's it. Free lava. Afro, wow, another useless temple trial. Well, this is actually one of the optional DLC challenge tombs. Phantom, Roger, you need to fight the Balrog first before becoming Lara the White. It's the only way. Yeah, as opposed to Lara the Grey. Afro game, just tell me what you want me to do. Give me the instructions. Harbinger, don't you love this puzzle? You hate anything time related. I don't blame you at all, you know. Phantom, Harbinger, now try it with the crappy cam controls of the first few games. Especially Tomb Raider Underworld's camera.
Abby, I've got your grandmother's journal here. She's written to you. You'll want to read it for yourself. It might be a lot to digest.
You can't leave me hanging like that. Go on, what does it say?
The short of it, you're a descendant of the Maya Queen Aberrane on your grandmother's side. You're the latest in a long line of protectors that...
What? Queen Aberrane. Grandma is related to a Maya queen. Wait, I'm related to a Maya queen.
Yes, you're a guardian from what your grandmother said. It's all here.
What does that mean? I'm not even Maya. This day has gotten way too heavy. Pilar's got a lot of explaining to do.
It's not every day you learn that you're descended from royalty.
Looks like a place to cross. There's a sarcophagus here. It's beautiful. Definitely royalty.
A sarcophagus? Like a coffin?
Exactly like a coffin.
I thought it was a forge.
Whoever is buried here, they were very closely tied to this place and its purpose.
Grenadier. Craft grenades deal heavy explosion damage in an area to eliminate groups of enemies. Tomb raided. Phantom, remember, the platforming always ending in multiple deaths. That's it. Now take the amount of times that I died and put that into the perspective of if you were doing a no-death challenge, how many times I would have had to restart the game over. I mean, if I was doing... I mean, when I did do it, and if I was going to do it again, I wouldn't be doing more than just the main stuff. But imagine doing all the DLC content with that challenge as well, which I'll never be doing.
You found the hidden place?
It was a forge, but something more as well.
Yes. It is the resting place of the Maya Queen Avarane, the first guardian of Kwakiaku. She built the forge to construct an artifact of great power.
What artifact?
I don't know. Mariana told me that what was born from that place had long been lost. But she said the message it contained would always endure. It was a message of hope for the future.
If you knew about all this, why wouldn't you tell me?
I'm sorry, but I made a promise to Mariana.
So what? I'm supposed to accept that I'm Maya all of a sudden?
Abarrane's bloodline has been diluted over the centuries, but you are descended from her.
So what does this mean?
You're a guardian, Abigail. Like Mariana and her mother before her, all the way back to the time of Abarrane.
I can't be a guardian. I have responsibilities here.
You've been protecting this village for years. Hasn't a little bit of you always known? Felt compelled somehow? You are the keeper of the story now.
That's what Grandma used to say. She said it was her job to keep its story, to keep it safe. She promised that one day she would show me where it was, and then I'd be the keeper of its story.
She didn't forget her promise. She just had a different way of showing you.
It's so like her, isn't it? She couldn't just tell me. Had to make a treasure hunt out of it.
I loved your grandmother as if she was my own sister. But sometimes she was a gigantic pain in the ass.
Abby, I think I'll leave you two alone to talk about things. Sounds like you've got some catching up to do. Thanks, Lara. Here, I want you to have this for all your help. And before you say anything, it's customary, so you kind of can't say no. Thank you.
The Umbridge 380 Shade. Brocken Shadow outfit. Ozjim, next minute, King Tut sits up. Oh, sorry, wrong culture. Yep. You gotta watch King Tutankhamun though, if you're playing in the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC for Assassin's Creed Origins. So that's one of the DLC tombs, and what I like about that is that it really adds more to Abby's character, and it adds more to her character, not just in terms of like giving us more information, but also it makes her more than just simply Jonah's love interest as well. And the thing about that is that I hope that moving forward, they don't do a thing where they're like, oh, you know, Abby died, and so Jonah's, you know, distraught over that. It's like, I think that's a very cliche thing to do with someone. But, we won't know whether or not Abby will be involved in the series moving forward, because at the moment, there's no real 100% concrete, definitive statement made by the powers that be over what's actually going on with the story of the next Tomb Raider game. 19, they can't do that to Jonah. He deserves better. I think so too. You know, the thing about Jonah is that he's one of those characters that's been very loyal to Lara, and I could definitely see him wanting to just, you know, focus on other things, because Trinity's obviously over and done with. Unless they pull a thing where there was one person survived and they decided to bring Trinity back. But I hope they've put the Trinity story to bed completely with this game. I mean, they have with this game, but I mean to say I hope they continue to keep it that way. I think having Trinity be the overall big bad of the trilogy, even though their presence in the first game in the trilogy isn't that prominent, but I think their story should be finished with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, leaving Jonah and Abby able to actually go and, you know, live their lives together. Guess there's no more new dialogue between these two. What's going on with this? Well, that's very, very skillful, Abby, to be able to sit like you're actually sitting on something. Now, what's going to make this even more weird of a thing is if I go into photo mode and do this. "19 magic." It sure is. Donna looks comfy. Yeah, really does. Maybe that could be a new fad of how to sit down. Listen to laugh myself, what? Llama Croft. Yeah, when you go into photo mode, they let you actually make Lara turn into a llama. I thought that was quite funny. Someone should mod the PC version so you can play as the llama character model. I was assuming there'll be another bad group to face. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, some fans have expressed interest in having a villain from the original continuity of games, Jacqueline Natler, to actually be involved in it. I wouldn't mind that. But yeah, they're doing an animated Netflix show with Hayley Atwell playing Lara Croft. They're also doing a live-action series with a different Lara Croft, and they're also doing another movie with a different Lara Croft again, which I don't really agree with. I think you can't have 3 different versions of Lara being released in 3 separate things around the same time, because it just creates confusion. Especially for people who might be new to the series, in trying to figure out what version of Lara matches which version and all that kind of stuff. But the only thing they've said about the next game is that they're going to be trying to unify the timelines. So I don't really know what that is going to entail, because there's multiple ways you could interpret it, and they haven't said which way. So just don't know what's going on. But as far as any kind of sequel to this goes, for now, all that's really known is the animated Netflix series with Hayley Atwell playing Lara will be a sequel to this game, taking place apparently quite a few years after the end of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which might put Lara in her early 30s, which would match up with the original version of Lara's age, whereas in the reboot trilogy, she's in her 20s. Rosie Hayley Atwell. Yeah. Camilla Luddington, who played Lara in the 2013 game Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider, won't be returning for that, so they recast. 19, honestly, you thought this trilogy was its own little saga and it ended. There is the next game? Sweet. Yeah, I mean, as of the release of this, it was. But they announced a sequel to Shadow of the Tomb... Well, they announced that they were doing another game a long time ago. But then in recent times, when the franchise was bought out by the new owners of it, they then said that they're still going to, have the same people involved. But then Amazon Game Studios got involved for the publishing side of stuff. But apparently Crystal Dynamics is still working on it as well, so it's really up in the air what they're going to do with the next game. Alright, so this crypt will lead to the other murals, I imagine. Ozjim, so Lara will be in a wheelchair telling her story to children. No, I don't think so. Hayley Atwell's not that old. Nice, 4 skill points to use. Is it Harbinger? Raining where you are? Rain, rain, rain. When it's not falling on you, you love rain. Yeah. Yeah, when it's falling on... Might be a different story sometimes.
24th of November, 1603. I accompanied Andreas Lopez, a group of 12 soldiers and 2 Molosses through the jungle. The directions the Jesuits provided Trinity were excellent, so we discovered the hidden city with little difficulty. The natives of the city welcomed us warily, but we plied them with gifts, and they reluctantly allowed us to enter the city, unaware of our true intentions. Lopez has begun to search for the artifact while we distract the city's leaders.
Alright, so that will lead to a challenge tomb. What I want to do is go on a break soon. I won't be streaming for much longer after the break, but it won't be like 10 minutes after the break. But I want to take a break soon, and then when I come back from the break, do a certain amount of the main story before ending the stream.
Huye, huye.
Maya and Inca stood shoulder to shoulder against their brothers on one side. Those who wished to retreat and start fresh, and those who wished to expand and conquer neighboring territories. Ill-suited to the local land, the Maya's agriculture techniques of slash and burn soon led to a food shortage. At the risk of starvation, they entered into treaties with local pre-Inca tribes, gaining new technologies and crops. The traders arrived, bringing new goods, and then the farmers, with new crops and techniques. Eventually, as more and more of the outsiders arrived in Paititi, they eventually took administrative control.
How much you love the smell of wet grass and dirt when it rains? Yeah, it's interesting what changes can be made to things like that due to certain elements being added, like rainwater and stuff. What's your clear percent in Paititi? Wasn't at home when you're exploring it? Alright, so it's very low at the moment, only 26% complete in the Hidden City. But that's because I've been doing a lot of other stuff too. Peruvian jungles to 100% already. Kwakyaku still need to do a few more things, but I don't have the shotgun yet. And yeah, 26% of the Hidden City so far. I like that. I was holding up on the control stick and jumping, yet Lara was jumping to the right. Your Hidden City is like 50% of the total game. I mean, it's a big area to cover if you want to get all the collectibles and stuff. That's for sure.
This staff has a jury-rigged flintlock mechanism similar to those from European firearms. The cultist priests must have used this during their ceremonies to awe the crowds.
Alright. Just want to get as close as possible to the mission start and then go on a break. I'll leave getting some more collectibles until next stream, which will be Friday when I stream this next for me. Alright, so I'm going to go into photo mode. So I'll leave that on that while I go take my break. Donna, wow. Yeah. Yeah, I like how they give you the option to change Lara's facial expressions in photo mode. It's so funny because you can, if you time it right, when Lara's dead, like from a spike through the neck or something, you can actually go into photo mode and change her expression to smiling if you want to. Things of that nature. 19, they really put a lot of work into this. Yeah, they really did. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of work that they put into this one, and there's a lot of really good like environmental choices that they've made with the way things look and stuff. No worries, Donna. I'll see you next time. I'll take about a 10-minute break before coming back and then doing some more story. 19 quality screensaver laters. That's cold and hilarious. Yeah, it's funny that they allowed you to do that. You know, you would have thought that it would be too close to Lara, like anyway, to be able to do it. So I'll take a 10-minute break and I'll be back soon. And thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will enjoy my break. Alrighty then, back from my break. Harbinger, Lara looked aged there. I don't know, really. I mean, she had her face scrunched up at the top of her nose and between the eyes because she was doing an angry expression. So maybe that gave that effect. Thanks for the welcome back, 19. Yeah, Donna, all the running around, all the jumping, all the falling, all that is very tiring to someone. Lara's just tired. So I'll probably just stream for, I think, another hour. I just want to advance the story a bit further.
Beautiful.
And that way I can end the stream on story content. Thanks for the welcome back, Lucinda.
I don't recognize you. What are you doing here? Where did you get that tunic?
It was given to me by Unuratu.
Oh, you are the Queen's guest? I meant no offense. Please, you must forgive me.
It's all right. Don't worry.
How may I help you? Very good. Here you go. The gods favor us both. Very good. Come back soon.
Awesome, so we sharpened the knife, so we can now cut the ropes that we need to cut with the knife, and can carry more resources. Harbinger, you didn't pet the llama. I did earlier, but not just then.
Will you trade? Please. I have barely made enough to offer in tribute.
Tribute to who?
The cult of Kukulkan, of course. They demand half of all profits earned on market day. But if they think I tried to short them...
I understand.
Thank you, Ishiki. Will you trade then? Thank you, friend.
Harbinger, did you buy all the stuff you need from that roaming vendor? I did, Harbinger, yeah. The rope ascender and the lockpick.
Hakan!
What is this?
Cultist, waiting for their deity to appear. When the catastrophes come, the god Kukulkan must be sacrificed to power the sun. Otherwise, the world dies.
Sacrifice a god?
The sacrifice is my duty. But this cult leader will take my place and attempt to become the god. He believes we can remake the world and live in a paradise of his design.
Remake the world?
What?
I've heard those words before.
There he is!
I know him. That's Dr. Mingus.
Behold! The instrument of our unity and salvation! Soon, our dreams of peace and safety will be realized!
They already call him Kukulkan, but his real name is Amaru. He was born here, but raised, lied to, by outsiders. The people believe in him.
But you don't.
My late husband, Saidi, was his brother. They had differences over the future of Paititi. When Saidi died, Amaru devoted himself to the cult.
You have seen the storm. You are worried about worse to come. I assure you that Paititi will persevere and thrive forever!
I know he will. If Amaru is successful, all of us who disagree will never see this paradise. The rebels will be discarded.
Not if they don't find the box.
Yes. Our best hope is to find it first. Perhaps Amaru might still be brought to see love and reason.
Death to the outsiders! Retribution will come!
Hakan! Enough!
We must strike while the snake is within reach.
Justice will be met in good time. Do not jeopardize our rebellion for the sake of impulse. Etzli, go scout ahead. We'll meet you at the edge of the mountain. Last warning. Go. Follow Etzli. Your clothing won't hide you long from these guards.
Okay, I'll find the box.
You've been warned to keep the peace.
I was just out for a pleasant stroll with my son.
Amaru is losing his patience.
It won't happen again.
Jonah, can you answer?
Yeah, me and Uchu set up camp. Everything's okay.
Dominguez is here. He's the leader of the cult of Kukulkan. That's what Unuratu's rebels are fighting.
What?
He's been here for years. Trinity controls Paititi.
Whoa.
I'm going to the Eye of the Serpent. We have to get the box before the next cataclysm hits.
Alright, the game didn't let me get it quick enough, because I was pressing the button to go into it, but it wouldn't. So now I have to cycle through and figure out where it's actually categorized. Here we go. This one was easy to find. But in this game, when you find a collectible or a journal entry, you actually have to press the button to go into it to hear it. Whereas in the previous two games in this trilogy, it would automatically go to that screen, and if you didn't want to hear it, you'd have to exit out of it. But for this game, you have to press a button to go into it. Now, if you don't press the button when you see the prompt appear on the screen to press it, you then have to go into this menu and try and figure out what you collected goes under what. And it's not really entirely, like, they don't highlight things you haven't looked at yet, which makes it really, really annoying. But luckily, in the case of this, it's easy to find. But yeah, if you have to try and find what artifact you picked up, you have to go, okay, what category is it under? You might not know that, so you have to cycle through and spend 20 minutes trying to figure it out. But yeah, this entry about Amaru is the one that just popped up as a prompt to investigate. But the game wouldn't let me.
Dr. Dominguez is originally from Paititi. Trinity has had a presence in Paititi since the 1600s. The former leader of the High Council, Gualtiero de Luca Dominguez, an Italian cardinal, saw great potential in a little boy and trained him, like a son, to be his replacement. He moved up in the ranks until he became the leader of the High Council. He has lived most of his life outside of Paititi, returning often but not staying long. His real name is Amaru, but as the high priest of the cult in Paititi, many people call him by his honorary title, Kukulkan. He has brought the key of Shakshel home from Cozumel and has assured his people he will use it to protect them. Amaru wants the silver box of Ixchel to protect Paititi from the encroaching dangers of the outside world, but already he is being tempted by the possibility of remaking the world in his own image.
Harbinger, that's when you left the house this morning. Oh yeah, when I was up to that part. Yeah, but no, I bought the things that I wanted, that I needed. Listen, that would definitely be annoying. You struggle in the AC games when they introduce a new place to you in the middle of a chaotic sequence of events, and you've got to try to remember what the heck it was called so you can identify it in the database later. That's it, you know, and as you know, so many database entries are flying at you one after another in one block of time, and so it's another situation where you're like, okay, which category was it under, and all that kind of stuff. They do get a bit better with that, and then you're able to sort of like go, okay, so this one's new because there's a mark next to it to tell you. So we saw a character there called Hakan, and he tried to kill Amaru, which even if he did attempt, he wouldn't have done it. He would have been killed. He's one of those characters that, like, I have empathy and sympathy for him up to a certain point, but then he makes a stupid decision later on, if you do the DLC content that's related to him, of course. But yeah, a lesson he should have learned from in the main game story doesn't get learned in the DLC content that's set afterwards. And it's like, you went through that shit in the main story, and yet you still decided to put things at stake that you shouldn't have. Listen to yep, or by the time you get to it, you forgot why it matters or its context. Exactly, it's like, what the hell was this for? Machanta, 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 machanta.
Pilawitch! Why? Pilawitch!
Where is my mother?
She's settling matters between the guards and Hakan.
What's it like outside Paititi?
Well, a lot of things. It's a very big world.
Bigger than Paititi?
Bigger than 100 Paititis.
What? Will you take me there?
I think your mother might have something to say about that.
What you're looking for is in there.
How will I know when I found the right chamber?
By the smell of death. If you survive, you can find your way back through the old irrigation system. I'll meet you there. Be careful. The cult often patrols there.
A ceremonial whistle used during human sacrifices. The sound emitted from the skull-shaped instrument has been compared to the tormented screams of the dying and the dead. Its shrill cry is said to clear a path to the underworld for the recently deceased. The death whistle has also been used as an instrument of war, its cry striking fear into the heart of the unknowing enemy. The surging population and lack of civil planning caused the settlement many problems. Farmers clear-cut jungle to use the fertile riverbanks for their crops, resulting in a devastating flood in the first heavy rains. Overhunting forced hunters to travel ever further to find game. Several groups, each vying for a controlling interest in the settlement, debated, often fiercely, on the best manner of solving these problems. This is a formidable weapon. Heavy wood lined with sharp obsidian teeth. It could easily stop an unarmored enemy. And if the bloodstains are any indication, it has. All right. I don't think anything could have prepared me for this place. The people, their history, everything they've lived, and who they are today. To hear him tell it, Amaru, Dominguez, Kukulkan only wants to keep Paititi safe. But I've seen the lengths he'll go to, the murder and cruelty. I have to stop him. Through there. Having not heard from Lopez, some among the leadership began to have their doubts about him. Our group dispatched south to investigate. We sent the natives in first, uncertain those in the city had not killed Lopez on his arrival. They returned with reports of how sick the city was, and we quickly formed a plan to utilize this to our advantage. This seems to represent Unuratu leading a group in rebellion. There is a near-total eclipse in the background.
Unuratu is the rightful queen of Paititi, and she is the one that Lara meets. We just saw her talking to Lara when Kukulkan arrived on the scene.
The smell. This must be the place Etzli mentioned. Steady, Lara, steady. I'm gonna be sick. Okay, take it slow. You can do this. Ritual sacrifice. Shit. Oh, great. I guess I have no choice. There's a way in somewhere. A serpent with a silver eye. I'm on track. Yes, through there. Ugh, the smell keeps getting stronger.
Laura, how's it going?
I found another serpent with a silver eye. I must be getting close. You?
Talking tattoos with Uchu.
Tattoos?
Yeah, you saw Unuratu's, right? It has a heron and an eclipse on it. That might have something to do with the silver box.
I don't think so. Unuratu is the rightful queen of Paititi. After a famine that nearly wiped out the city, her family was ousted from power by the cult of Kukulkan. Her husband, Sayuri, died hunting for food on the outskirts of Paititi. Amaru, or Dr. Dominguez, Sayuri's brother, felt responsible and took control of the city, using resources from Trinity to feed the Paititians until the famine passed. Even though Amaru saved the city, the cult, in his absence, now rules with arrogance and fear. Unuratu and her rebels are fighting to free the city from the cult of Kukulkan and restore its ancient bloodline. Unuratu was raised to believe it was her family's legacy, to complete the ritual of the Silver Box of Ixchel and restore the sun for another age.
So the idea of using the power of the sun to remake the world, in terms of Amaru, his own personal reasons for wanting that power is to create a version of the world where his brother didn't die and his brother is still alive. The wider perspective, though, is he wants the world to be remade also the way that Trinity wants it to be. So in that way, they would be able to maintain control over the entire world because they would be in control of how the world actually operates, not just from a perspective of having power and control over the infrastructures, but literally being able to decide what things they want in the world and what things they don't, including people and things like that too. So that's why Amaru wants the power of the sun and remake the world using it for a personal reason, but also the wider reason, which is because of Trinity wanting to make things exactly the way that they wanted. So in some ways you could say that he's got good intentions by wanting to bring his brother back to life, but he's willing to sacrifice the fact that the rest of the world will have to change too in order to make that happen. And who knows the real ramifications of that, to be honest. But yeah, that's the whole conflict that's happening with the story, is you have Unuratu and her side of things where she wants to use the power of the sun to just restore things to the way that they have been. Whereas Amaru wants to restore things the way that he wants them to be, including for Trinity's purposes as well, and not just his own. Whereas Unuratu wants to just keep things be because from their perspective it's like, yes, it sucks that there's bad things that happen, but that's part of life. You know, the idea of duality. There's good and there's bad. You can't have all good without anything bad, and you can't have all bad without anything good. You know, that sort of like balance of things as well.
Looks like this is the only way, okay? They use these urns to soak the viscera in oil. The lone figure appears in a state of peace, as though waiting for something. Full of oil and blood. There. That barrier's down. Need to keep moving.
Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's about time for you to get your day started. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. Thank you for being here and for chatting as well. Really appreciate it. For those who haven't come across Lucinda's channel before, definitely highly recommend. Lucinda's a great streamer, playing through Deathloop for the first time. Is also playing through the main Assassin's Creed series entries, up to Assassin's Creed Rogue at the moment, and you can find her streaming Assassin's Creed content every Monday and Tuesday. Also streams on Thursdays and Fridays, and sometimes on weekends as well. Is also a fan of the Resident Evil series, and also the Dishonored series. Highly recommend. And thanks again for being here, Lucinda. And as always, no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you one. I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well.
Is this some kind of bloodletting chamber? Must have taken hundreds of sacrifices to get enough blood to fill these channels. a silver box. A serpent. This must be what Trinity's missing. Hetsley.
There's the little rebel prince.
Hetsley!
Over there! Get her!
Now we have the classic sort of situation where the speed at which they let you run during a sequence like this is not the top speed Lara can do in normal gameplay when you sprint.
Get out of the way!
Manchanta, manchanta, manchanta.
Hey, Lara, if you can, head back. Uchu has something he wants to ask you. I think it's a favor.
Okay, I'll make my way back as soon as I can.
Harbinger, if you skip the cutscene, you get instant death. Nice bug. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't consider it a bug necessarily, but yeah, the way that they've timed it would be such that if you skip the cutscene, there'd be only a split second of difference between the sequence of running where you control it and where the actual cutscene ends. 19, damn, you really thought you'd get impaled again. Oh no. But if you go the wrong way though, or if you mess up in other ways, you'll get killed instantly. It's one of those instant death situations.
Right! Bursting hat, takkan lucu. Bikin lucu, tahu Hetsley. Jangan jadi ini.
Hey, there's the handbells. Faith from Gears of War, not gonna lie, or whatever her name was. I've only played Gears of War 1, 2, and 3, so I don't remember there being a Faith in those ones. Maybe in the other two. I mean, there's 3 other ones, of course, Gears of War Judgment, but... Oh, God of War. Okay, God of War. Yeah, I've only played the first 2 games in that series. Sorry, I don't know why I thought Gears of War 4. Well, I mean, I know why I thought Gears of War, because the abbreviation is the same as God of War. But without any other context, I didn't realize what you were referring to. Like if I said AC, there's two franchises I know of that have AC. Assassin's Creed and Animal Crossing. 19, you always think Gears of War when you see Gao and you've never played it. Really, 19? Yeah. Harbinger Armored Core. Yep, I knew there'd be some I wouldn't know.
The Inca use a combination of freeze-drying and salt to preserve just about anything edible. Charqui and chunos are basically meat and potatoes. Delicious.
Delicious. Zahan Bell, you played Gears of War on 360 and you kind of enjoyed it, unless you've gotten your games mixed up. Yeah, that was one of the first Xbox games I played. Or I mean the Xbox 360 games I played. I played Splinter Cell on the original Xbox. And Fable as well.
Unuratu must be worried about Etzli. I have to tell her he's been captured.
Chashikin! Pilawich!
Unuratu! Etzli's been captured. I know. They're holding him at the barracks. We're working on a plan to release him.
I tried to get to him, I'm sorry.
He's a warrior. What's that? This is a key. It looks like it belonged to the mountain temple. It is adjacent to where they're holding him. Is the box of eggshell connected to the barracks? Is that why the cult occupied the temple? It's heavily guarded. When we go in, it has to be subtle, silent.
Is there a back way?
There was one, by the salt mine, but it has deteriorated. It's treacherous.
I might be able to manage it.
Perhaps. You did survive the sacrificial pit. I haven't been back inside since I was a child. But from what I can remember, the barracks are within an inner stronghold.
If I can get in through the back way, I can clear a path and let you in. We will free Etzli, then go find the box.
I'll take care of my son. You go after the box.
Alright, so I won't be doing this side mission in this stream.
What are we doing here? I never wanted this to happen. Now Etzli's been captured.
Etzli's a strong kid.
Yeah, he's a warrior. I know. I still hate this. I hope he's okay.
Me too. Uchu's confident they can get him out.
Yeah, 19 is like, hi Jonah. This is one of those situations where he can actually sit down at the campfire with you and have a dialogue. There's actually one campfire where the dialogue has been written in such a way that you can do it with Lara on her own, and it's the same dialogue that gets said if Jonah's with her, and his responses match up to what the dialogue is. So they did an interesting job in that particular one. I can't remember when that happens though, but there is a conversation that you can have with Jonah at the campsite, and the dialogue that Lara says with him and on her own is the same. Yeah, I thought that was quite clever.
Jonah, I think I'm close to the mine entrance.
Uchu says it's at the edge of the mountain. He sent a rebel ahead to open it.
Thanks. Here it is. I'll need to be careful.
Kawuji kuhelani, tulakas tuushan, telumo, teiko, taktejao kawujik mei, tanukimil yunkin, mushanta, yanusata liyo kolkaba, masaha echi, hachstani pati, ukulkan,
Damn it, I didn't realise that would be the spot where that dialogue cuts off.
I'm in.
Unuratu just left with Hakan. She'll be ready when you open the gate.
Yanu Jantala Suktal Jetel Ukil el Kiko. Walkila, Shena Choabach.
Malo bin Lak.
On the right track. Careful.
Shipalchuko so okwautan.
Takbelama. Maukatuya, tuskutati kuba, lekushul makobo.
Waksakola le nonoch. Vale misbalu belal. Yankoksik tuyole kukulkal nevejo.
Minha. Mingma.
This looks like the right place. There's the gate I need to open.
Manach tim wignal, Satantesh apilik awichesh, Matunkutal dabach. Mulpek sikbae, Inantush shotak kubak.
Fucking hell. I didn't think it wouldn't be strong enough to kill them. Talk about fucking bullshit. At least now I know not to actually use these much anymore because it just doesn't fucking do anything. Like seriously. Fucking hate bullshit like that in games. Not gonna worry about using that ever again.
That gate.
In any playthrough. Those fucking poison grenades do jack fucking shit. Takes 2 of them to fucking kill enemies. Bullshit.
The gate mechanism might be on the top of that wall.
Kunduni Shokol! Galantville!
Mother! Would you get him out of here?
Welcome back, Ryu.
Jonah.
How's Etzli?
Fine. They got him out, but Unuratu was captured.
Oh no. Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm going after the box. I don't know how long it'll take.
Do what you have to.
Thanks. The Eye of the Serpent. That's it. Looks like this is the only way, okay?
Yeah, Ryu. Yeah, doing a no-death challenge with the 2013 game. And then doing it with Rise, and then doing it with this. That was, indeed.
Looks like there's a temple down there. I got Unuratu captured. What's Dominguez gonna do with her? As long as he needs the box, he'll keep her alive. I hope. November 1603. At dinner, Lopez asked me if I believed these heathens were worthy of the artifact's alleged power. I had to admit that the Paititians seemed noble and industrious. However, their taut skin, stretched tight over sinewy muscles, and lack of shame made them more similar to beasts. And what of our leaders in the society? He then asked. Should they be able to wave their perfumed and ring fingers in any direction and expect us to obey? To return and sit at their side when they beckon? Do they not treat us as inferior beings, as beasts as well? I had no answer. What he'd said was heresy and treason, but in some way, I wondered if it wasn't the truth. Who made these things? It's not Maya or Inca. It's high, but I could dive. All right, here I go.
I pressed the required buttons to dive, but okay.
This is incredible.
Alright, so there's some things in this area that I could actually get, but what I'm going to do is leave them for tomorrow's stream when I'm backtracking through stuff to get things that I missed. I might get some stuff as I go along though. Up there. The camera automatically does that, which is annoying because if you're wanting to make sure you make the jump, you might, at the moment you think it's fine to jump, try to go to jump, but they switch the camera on you automatically while you're about to press the button, which could disorient you and throw you off. I hate when games do that, when they automatically just switch the camera angle on you when you're doing an action like that.
First of December, 1603. We've entered a cenote not far from the city and set up camp in a small alcove. Lopez has spent the evening staring into the flames, utterly ensorcelled, his dinner untouched. Twice I attempted a conversation, but his silence rebuffed me each time. He is utterly focused on this artifact. If I were a more superstitious man, I would wonder if the artifact is speaking to him directly. The soldiers keep to themselves as well. They seem anxious for battle. One of their dogs stared at me all evening, as though I were to be his next meal. It's just a noise. These must be the Trinity soldiers who went missing.
Alright, the game gives us a shotgun, but I've got the DLC shotgun, so I'm going to change to that, the Whispering Scourge. Scourge. To take note of this campsite, this is where the game sends you if you die on the way out in Deadly Obsession. Ah, I gotcha. What am I doing, you idiot? Must have been a glitch earlier in the game when Lara wasn't using her flashlight. In places that were really dark.
Keep coming! How many are there? Time to move. This rosary has 6 decades instead of the usual 5. A very ornate example of the Brigantine version. There appears to be an engraving. Andreas Lopez. There we go. Have to find a way across. Undated. Strange warriors pursued us through the caverns. We moved quickly, too quickly for an accurate description. Most of the soldiers fell in battle. They were valiant, but outmatched and outnumbered. Eventually, Lopez, I, and a single surviving soldier reached a magnificent temple. I cannot imagine how the people managed to build such a structure so deep underground. A massive door blocked our progress. Lopez, his voice frantic and breaking, ordered Perez, the last remaining conquistador, to stand guard while we worked on the mechanism. The door began to roll open. Our celebration of success was drastically cut short by the dying screams of Perez. The sound haunts me still.
We'll be coming up to that massive door described in that journal entry soon.
What's behind that door? All right. Where are they all coming from? Good. This is promising. These figures, they look like those creatures, but they're graceful. Yashil, goddesses of protection. The silver box of Ishal was forged in paradise and brought to earth. Did those creatures make the box? Neither false gods nor zealots shall be allowed to pass. They're protecting it. Is that why they fought me so viciously? Here they keep the box until the sun's renewal. Here. It has to be here. An eclipse and a heron. Like the tattoos on Unuratu's arm. But where's the box? Oh no, a foreshock.
Bullshit. What did Lara hit her head on that made her not make the jump? Nothing, that's what. If I was doing a no-death challenge, I would not be accepting that as a death. What's annoying in that part too is that Lara can't run the same speed that she can in normal gameplay when sprinting, and also you can't heal at any point. The game won't let you heal, so you're pretty much at the mercy of whether or not the game decides if you get shot while you're trying to jump or not.
I can use these to climb out of here. Yes. I'll have to jump. There's no other way.
It was your rest in peace spot, Harbinger, in this, while playing it on the hardest mode? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's instant death if you get locked onto by the piranhas on any difficulty, but the fact that you can't save at campsites on the hardest difficulty would definitely make it really annoying. Oh, the grapple jump spot. Yep.
whatever those things are, doesn't really matter while they're chasing you. Who left those carvings of the heron in the eclipse? I have to talk to Unuratu about them.
This bottom part is damaged. How am I supposed to know what it says? Could mean anything. Enjoy. Basta bayutan.
Laura, if you can hear me.
I'm here.
We're not at Unuratu's. We're in a cave nearby. The entrance is marked with a heron and an eclipse.
Damn. On my way.
Harbinger, surprisingly, piranhas killed you only once. That's good going. Because they can be tricky to get by.
Maybe they could provide support. Do you have it?
It was a trap. The box was taken and Unuratu was captured.
We heard. We're working on a plan.
She's being held at the prison by the old temple. Hakan led a raid, and was taken too.
We'll charge the bridge that leads to the prison.
It's aggressive. What if I climb up here, free her, and then signal to attack?
That could work. Let's leave scouting the temple in the upper district. He could find you a way in.
I'll go talk to him.
We'll have backup ready once you get her out.
Sounds good.
For strength and safety.
Thank you.
Laura.
I'll get her out.
I know.
Really? You believe that? The great Sinchichika and the shield of the Age Maker.
Why not?
Listen to yourself. It's a myth.
Unuratu believes it. That's enough for me.
It's a story, Gorienka.
It's real. I know it is.
It's just something our parents told us.
You're wrong, Umya.
I should have done something. Now Unuratu is captured.
You did all you could.
And the other rebels, they'll make an example of them.
We can't focus on that right now.
God, what a mess.
That's the dialogue earlier. I was saying that if you listen to it when Lara's on her own, you can also hear it when you're at the campsite with Jonah, and his dialogue matches what she says. Hey there, Crooked. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I really appreciate it. How was the rest of your stream? Welcoming in, everyone. Harbinger, it's hard to see them without SI, without the instincts. Yeah, well, that's true too, because they show up in red to tell you when they're close to you. Thank you for the follow, C. Martin. Harbinger, you doing all the DLC tombs? Since you already did one. Not in this stream, no. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression, Martin. Raid. We are raiding, precious. Thanks for redeeming that. Good, you go. It's good, thanks. You think you might be able to finish Pokemon next time. How's the game going? Well, that's excellent, dude. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome that you'll be able to finish it next time you stream. And yeah, the game's going well. I was just about to end the stream though. But thanks all the same for the raid. I was going to go and raid Lucinda, who's playing some Deathloop. But I just wanted to get to a certain point in the story before I ended the stream. we're up to a point now where I can go and explore and get collectibles and stuff without any sort of like story dialogue happening. Not that I'm going to do it offline, but because I'll be focused on just collecting stuff at the start of tomorrow's stream. Be good to get that done and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you mean for this playthrough, Harbinger? I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It wouldn't be 100% otherwise. Because I think the challenge tombs get counted as 100% if you have them installed. Crooked, that's no worries. Glad you could catch the end at least. Oh yeah, dude. We just did the part where you have to run away from the E-shell. And we got back here and spoke to Jonah about Unuratu being captured and all that kind of stuff. Death, how safe is it to watch currently spoiler-free? Well, for now, I'm at a point where I'm going to end the stream. But in terms of the story, we've gotten to a fairly spoilerish part in terms of like what's happened and all that kind of stuff. But at the start of tomorrow's stream, I'm going to be doing some side stuff and collectibles and all that kind of thing. So we're going to go and raid Lucinda, who's playing some Deathloop. Thanks for watching, everyone. Highly recommend checking out Crocodiles if he didn't come in with his raid. He's playing through Pokemon Platinum version, as well as God of War 2005. And he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He did a playthrough recently of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, doing a stealth challenge with that game. He's a great streamer with some very funny channel point rewards that you can redeem, a lot of audio sound bites from certain games, and also some Bully Maguire related memes as well. He's really good with chat, has a really good vibe, so if you're also looking for a relaxed streamer to check out, then highly recommend checking out Crocodiles as well. Oh, you did, Death? Oh, cool. No worries at all, dude. That's okay, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, buddy. Thanks again for the raid. Sorry about the timing of me ending, but thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Oh yeah, Donna, that's no worries for the stream. That's okay, no trouble at all. Thank you for being here too. So here's a general raid message that people can use. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be this game again. If you see me streaming it again, then you know it's become Friday for me here in Australia. And I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well, so I'll just post that in a couple of seconds. There we go. So coming up on Saturday and Sunday, I'll be jumping back into my Assassin's Creed 3 Ranged Challenge playthrough. And Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday next week, GTA 5 continuing Phase 2 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. So that's the current game schedule. I might be finishing Assassin's Creed 3 on Saturday, so then it would become a new Assassin's Creed game, a different one, to replace that with. But yeah, that's the upcoming schedule, the current schedule as well. Just want to thank everyone for watching. I really appreciate it, and catch you next time.